stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2024. We're currently inside of the day 2 of the round 1, and I'm going to be your host, Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel. This time it's going to be Fixes. And Fixes, I'm not going to lie, you're looking pretty stylish out there, man. With the watch, oh, it's perfect.
Yeah, I had to give this one. Just the moment I realized I got the call, I had to buy something for myself. But regardless, it was day number 1 that we witnessed yesterday. And it was quite a contrasting picture if you talk about the two groups that came into play. The first game, it was an absolute Enigma showdown. But when you talk about the second group, I think it was quite mixed.
You can say the second group was pretty balanced, but yeah, talking about the Enigma showdown, man, that team was just hammering down left, right, and center. All 3 games, Enigma was just beating up to the mark. They had 78 points in total, and that in itself was something that got us all super excited. LeBron himself, this man was putting up some insane amount of numbers on the board, right?
And in fact, if you talk about the entire team of Enigma, everybody was contributing. You talk about Infinity, he was also out there. Everything had to be on point. And that set them up for success. But that was round 1. I still felt like they were not truly tested. But today, we've got some interesting teams also coming into picture. However, kind of bringing the conversation back to yesterday, Group 2 was something that really got me excited, especially with the storyline that came with Brawlers. After that first game fallout, the way they stepped up, that was amazing.
I mean, once again, Brawlers are facing off against some of the teams that have never even played inside of the pro circuit. They're playing their first time inside such a massive tournament, so you can't say for a lot of the teams there were a little bit of those jitters, and that's why Brawlers sort of took the advantage, got that chicken dinner, got a better performance. But the real test for Brawlers is going to be against some of the known teams, because inside of the grind, they struggled a lot. And I highly doubt the replication of the same performance what we saw yesterday will be there when they face off against some of the T1 teams. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? There's one thing that's really important in someone's life. You know what? Performance, of course, as an esports athlete, you need there. But money as well is something that's important in everyone's life. And Crafton India Esports, ladies and gentlemen, they've got you guys covered. 2 crore rupees over here is going to be there up for grabs, from which the champion team will be getting 60 lakhs.
And the bragging rights also. That is what matters. But like we discussed, right, it is the money, the sweet honey, the moolah, whatever you might call it. But we do also have those individual prize money for if you're the MVP, you've got the most finishes, the lone survivor, if you're on a rampage. So that will be awarded separately. But you know, as you can see, 60 lakh for the champions, 30 lakh for second, the third gets 20, and so on. It reduces. It is the premier tournament. It is the first official tournament of 2024. Everybody is just stoked. Everybody's excited. And we've just taken the first step.
Yeah, and even if you place on the 16th spot, you're still getting 2,50,000. That's a lot of money in itself. But now talking about something that's even going to be more important to place yourself on that champion spot, it's going to be the points that you will grab inside of the game. And as we know, considering the points distribution as well being changed inside of this official tournament, things have been getting quite spicier in the Battlegrounds.
Certainly, I think if in comparison to the previous BGIS, this is what has changed majorly and has been impacting so many of those teams. I think the biggest examples, again, you have to sound like a broken record, Enigma Gaming. They are the epitome of trying and achieving or pulling off something impossible. 3 games, 78 points, and by the virtue of those finish points only. So completely a points distribution structure that helps those teams that love to play aggressive. But yes, if you get those position points, there were a certain few who also did benefit yesterday.
Now, we've been focusing a lot on the teams that played yesterday, but let's move on forward and look at the future a little bit more. These are going to be the teams that will be performing today itself inside of day 2. We've got the Group 3 in front of us, and yes, inside of Group 3, we do not really have a lot of known faces, but then you see Team 0. Scout and his boys are over here to make a mark once again, Fixes.
Just around the corner, just when you think you might miss it, but certainly can't when you've got such big names over there. For Team 0, they had a really interesting storyline, Necro, coming into the BGIS grind, the week number 1. If you remember that first game of Erangel, that was absolutely amazing, but it was a fallout again in week 2. But then again, it's just not one group that we're going to be casting today. It is going to be another group, and when we talk about Group 4, some more big names, I think the find of BGIS 2023, you have Big Brothers Esports. ESPORTS coming in here, and really not expected from them. They've been kind of on a fall. They've been spiraling down. I really hope they recover.
You've also got RVNC once again returning back, and this team has been always there inside of the grind, be it in 2023 and 2024. RVNC has been over here from the start. The same thing can be said for Rising Falcons too. We saw Rising Falcons getting eliminated from the grind. Unfortunately though, and fortunately enough for them now, that they're back in from the in-game qualifiers, so they're doing quite a good for themselves. Moving on forward towards today's schedule, ladies and gentlemen, this is what the schedule is going to look like. Once again, the basic one, Group 3 is going to be the one to kick things off with Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok, and then Group 4 is going to be the one to continue the same thing in Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok.
Of course, now we have to talk about teams from Group 3. This is where the conversation around Team 0 really comes into play, because if you talk about them, the second week, I feel like we did not have Scout playing, and we could see what a setback it was for this team. But it was just not about Scout, right? It is about Adi stepping up. It is about the duo of Adi and Syed really coming out into the play. And if they sort of get online, I think even if you remember the grind first game, they did manage to get a second position, and Adi and Syed were phenomenal. So eyes will be on them. But then again, there are a few other teams. I think ACBC is also one of those teams to really watch out for.
Even Apex Esports is another one of those teams that is returning back inside of 2020. So even they're going to be the one to watch out for, right? And Fix is focusing a little bit more on Team 0 over here, right? You mentioned about Addy. Now, this man is like the entry fragger for the team, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, and he has been doing a phenomenal job in that. Whenever he's the one to penetrate a defense, he makes sure that he's doing so.
I think for an assaulter or an entry fragger, what really comes into play is their confidence. How much are they feeling themselves in that particular day? It's not just about, you know, having one good day and just completely messing up the other, because that is exactly what happened with Team 0. So I really hope they can recover. And for Team 0, I think the storyline is as such that we would expect to see something like Enigma did yesterday.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue the conversation on the other side of this promo. You know what? Speaking about that X-Suit, I think Sospero actually got something.
Oh, yeah. He just opened the first spin, and by just spending 10 UC, he got the backpack.
Wow.
The Ignis backpack. But I also have a Glee Smile, and I'm not going to be telling about that anytime soon right now. I'm just going to be uploading those pictures, because I've been lucky as well, Necro. But now, getting back to business. It's the first group that we're talking about. Yesterday, we saw Enigma. They played really well. But I want to talk about the second group that we had in picture. You had a lot of the other teams, right? Ecoverse was there. We had the likes of Brawlers really playing well. 7XD Gaming, Crores ESPORTS. So I want to see something like that. I want to see all these teams participating, all these teams going all out. I want to see the hunger, because it's still round 1. We know how much it means to the players. I hope they can reciprocate it as well.
So you want to see a balanced gameplay, pretty much. You don't just want one team to go all in. Because I feel like inside of the first group that we're going to be witnessing today, Team 0, they might just go nuclear. That's what I think, because they definitely do have the experience. They've got some of the best IGLs, hands down. Scout, of course, leading the team, and then they've also got one of the best assaulters so far, Addy. He's been doing a phenomenal job in that entry fragging role. Moving on forward, ladies and gentlemen, towards the matchup, though, as we mentioned, Team Zero's over here, including Apex and ACBC. Now, still, the real focus is going to be on the teams that are playing over here for the first time.
Of course, I mean, you've got the likes of Team Null, you've got Inso, they've got a really cool logo out there. But for God Esports, this is also one of those teams I'm really looking out for. But again, coming back to the discussion about Team Zero, because, hey, it's Team Zero, right? One of the most coveted teams. They have been the talk of the town, at least for this particular group. Now, we've seen their two faces, right? One of those days where they went all out, they kind of garnered a lot of points. But then there was the second week where they completely fell flat. So I really need to figure out, do they have what it takes to recover from that setback and kind of dominate today? And we don't know, right? We're kind of chartering into unknown lands, and anything could possibly happen with Team Zero. You never know. There might be some team that might get mischievous and drop over them as well.
So you're pretty much talking about the inconsistency that might just be there, that might hit them at the last moment. So hopefully that inconsistency is not going to be there. But I genuinely think so. Also making those changes on the fly can also be a big of the problem inside of the entire gameplay that Team Zero tries to showcase. And considering they're facing off against some of the teams that they've never played in the past, I would say sticking to the basics should be the basic gameplay.
Of course, I think I'm more talking about the variables that come into play, something that we do not know. I mean, imagine a certain team just crossing their rotation path and then they decide to just scam them and finish them off. So, yeah, Team Zero, they would be caught stranded, because this is what happens in those initial rounds, and this is something that you need to expect, where I completely come with your point of playing to the basics. Stick to each other. Do not try any shenanigans. Just do what Enigma did yesterday. I think they're going to roll over the lobby.
Yeah, pretty much. You know what? Talking about yesterday, though, I still remember Team Rule Breakers. This team should be a part of the conversation, ladies and gentlemen, and including Mad Esports.
So did not qualify.
Both these teams were doing some crazy stuff, especially though, we need to focus on Team Rule Breakers. First game, the rotation that they took inside of the zone was super late, and still somehow they were inside of the top 3. How does that even work?
That was insanity. If you talk about the first game, you remember, right?
Yeah.
They were literally at the brink, on the edges of the southern military island, and even you and Johnny were casting. They were taking a dip in the water. Suddenly they get inside the circle and make it to top 3. So even we were surprised, because this is one of those teams that love playing by the virtue of the position points. We did have a couple of groups in fact, a couple of teams in the second group who also tried to replicate that strategy, right? Focus on those position points, and eventually you're going to get those finishes. So there have been those differences. There have been those contrasting plays, but today it's going to be a different storyline altogether.
But then you talk about a team that's completely on the opposite side of the spectrum, Super Rocks, a team that was just going all in. Unfortunately, they could not qualify for the round 2, but genuinely speaking, I'm a big fan of their playstyle. I want to see this team back in the future, maybe inside of some more official events. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to continue the conversation after this plane fly path, because the game has already begun as the plane fly path starts all the way from Primorsk towards Lipovka. Yes, of course, it's tilted down south a little bit initially, but I don't think so it's going to be that big of a deal.
Now, this is one of those most safest flight path trajectories that we can really expect. Primorsk to Lipovka, I don't think anyone's going to have trouble. Now, this is another thing that, Necro, we really need to touch upon, right? Yesterday, we kind of saw similar circles coming into play. The first and the second angle, the initial iterations of the zone were quite same. The flight path trajectory almost quite similar. That sort of storyline also did continue in Miramar, don't you think?
I mean, all of that is fine fixes, but I just want to see early game action.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, all of that is okay. Yes, I understand the circle going here and there. I just want to see a lot of drop collisions. I want to see that early game action. I want to see some teams getting those early eliminations in their hands, because that can also be a big pressure subsider.
Oh, it certainly can. And, again, we've discussed about this in the pre-segment. We are kind of chartering into a lobby. We do not know how these teams are going to play. So it's going to be really important to see what's going to happen, because seems like we actually might have a fight in the making, because you've got a few teams landing just on towards the western side of Quarry. You've got the likes of Code over there, and RYLT also. In fact, make that 3. There's another fight over here as well. You've got Air and AE taking on each other, and look at Alone.
Interesting. I mean, the man is quite alone, that's for sure. Running away from the pack. I guess the players of Air just do not really want fight anymore. That's why they're taking things a little bit safe. Air officials sharing the same compound against Animate Esports and AE. Looking chill for now. Both teams, they do know that these are not the terms they wanted to meet with against. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. And at this point in time, even the loot is something that's not there.
These are the exact variables that we were talking about, weren't we? You do not know how your opponent is going to respond or react to the certain situation in front of you. Now, for A, they've got a slight advantage, a little bit of a high ground for themselves. But for A, you could see, right, the chaos is set in. Everybody's just hether and tether. Everybody's trying to get whatever loot they possibly can. Because you look at Zuhaib, he's still playing on a Glock.
But, I mean, he's got his hands on a better weapon now.
I hope so.
Still, at this point in time, the teams do know it's way too early to go for any sort of fights. It's better to just take things a little bit more safe and sound and slow. But I'm a big fan of early game action, right? And I love to see this. Air on the screen for now. I just want to find that one single glimmer off the enemy. And as soon as the first opener is found, that's when the real defense is going to start to get cracked open.
For Team A, or even for the likes of AE, somebody needs to retreat. Now, this is again taking into consideration of how far they need to travel. They need to get their loot done. Of course, you've got upgraded loot in these custom lobbies. But you need to understand that the bigger picture, however, is to get inside the circle and survive. Forcing a fight, we did talk about the averages, right? It was somewhere around trying and securing those 14 to 15 points. And seems like Soldier, he's going to take his chances. But whilst all of that is happening, look at this. Team Zero in a little bit of a commotion over here. They've managed to knock down one player, but one of them is already down and out.
Team Zero up against the players of Dark Yotha. And you've got Dux pushing up close and personal. He still finds the knockout. Nicely done. Eliminates the foe, which was up close and personal. And for now, Team Zero is going to be okay. Say the OP was taken down way too low, but the man's now back up, so it's all good in the hood for that man. Before the players of Dark Yotha, this is not the ideal start they wanted to have. They're taken down to a two-man squad. Scout's the only man who's still inside of that Nova Ripnoy city. The rest of the players, they're on the high ground. But once again, it's all about the information. It's all about the intel. And the players at the top, they're providing that intel to Scout.
I think they've cracked the code. And it's not them providing the intel to Scout. I feel it's the other way around. Scout knows exactly where the players are hiding. And they want to push for the fight. Already 2 finishes secured. I think 4 finishes right from the very start of the game. I think Team Zero, we can kind of understand the body language they've come up with. And as a result of which, Dark Yoda, well, they have to cut on their losses and make an early exit. And now Team Zero, they've got entire control over Nova Ripnoy. Now for Dark Yoda, if they still want to seek some revenge, I really feel like camping over the bridge could be a good idea.
Could be. But I would say it's still too risky. They've just got the basic loot, my friend. Meds, not there. Boosters, not there. Even the utilities, not on point. So inventory is something that's lacking. And the players of Dark Yotha, they would need to move on forward and loot up a little bit more. But the problem for them is that there's another team in the front lines, which is going to be ACBC. And that team's going to be causing a lot of problems to the players of Dark Yotha. But it's completely fine though, right? Considering they're still inside of the zone, they can't take their sweet time to loot up. There's no rush.
You know, for Dark Yoda, they're just going to fight, or rather fire shots in the dark. Because at this particular moment, they do not know if even the entire city of Miltai is going to be occupied. But for Team Zero, they can take their sweet time as of now. 2 finishes secured. I think coming back to our conversation again, Necro, I've been talking about the fact the average so far in both the games that we did cast yesterday was somewhere around 14 to 15 points. However, in the second group, it got a little bit more competitive. Now, for the safe side, I think for a team to feel really safe, I think you're going to look at maybe 16 to 17 at the very max. Or do you have any other numbers on your mind?
Yeah, I would just say 7 points per game. You should still be inside of the comfort zone and you should be able to qualify. But I'm going to hold on to that thought for now, considering GOAT taking shots against one of the teams in the front lines. They actually did find out the knock as well. Instant confirmation followed up. So for Goat, that's a great start. Once again, that pressure subsider that was needed, they found that. And it's all about applying a little bit of more pressure against the players of Air. But look at this, though. I mean, these two teams, they have been against each other from the start of the entire map. And the fun fact is, these two teams do not even have the sustainable loot to take the fight.
Exactly, that was something that I wanted to harp upon, because when you look at Air officials and Animate, look at Clutch God, he's getting shot from the back lines. In fact, one of the players of ACBC has been also dealt with. In the meanwhile, Animate Esports, they're going to take their chances. They've got no more options. Running out of ammunitions already. And Koshi, she gets a knock on Clutch God and gets the instant elimination as well. Goat getting really overwhelmed over there, losing their patience, losing their calm. And now they're on brinks of suffering.
One of the prime examples of newer teams clashing against each other. Both these teams were so much under pressure that they just never fought against each other, and then a third party came in, and that's when the chaos just break out. For AE, they're looking okay. They've still got all the 4 players up in line, and they've also got some death crates that they're looting up. But the main problem is, how's the med situation looking like? That's looking decent for now, but considering the wall of death is still keeping on moving, the circle's way too far away from them. Yeah, they need to be a little bit more quicker on the feet, because all the prime spots inside of the zone will be taken away soon. But looking at this fight in itself, Air, they're taken down to a 3-man squad. It's better disengaged, though.
A blessing in disguise, I must say, for Anime Esports over there. Goat did charge in. They gave away a buggy and a lot of loot, right? So one of their teammates already scooted away from there. Will go and search to find anything possible. And once they get it, I think for Anime Esports at least, they can get the hell away from there. But when you look at the circle, right, it's kind of centered around the shelter area. And this was again Dark Yoda being oblivious of the fact that Team Zero was just waiting in hiding for them. And they sort of managed to get the better out of them. But Dark Yoda, as discussed, they went on a fighting spree against the players of ACBC, where ACBC, they've been taking a couple of losses.
ACBC is also one of those teams that was returning, and they're not supposed to take those losses. It is one of those lobbies that they have faced in the past, and still losing out on even one of the players this early inside of the game is going to be a big stinger for them later on. But focusing on the team that's in front of our screens for now, LCS, which is going to be Lucius Esports. They're in a decent spot in the zone. And as we can see the map feed in front of us too, there's still a decent amount of teams that are still outside of the zone, right? You've got Apex, Team Zero still inside of Nova City. They will slowly and steadily try to make that move towards the zone. So for Team Zero, it's completely fine. But I'm still focusing on teams like Air and AE, who are still all the way in the outskirts with the scarcity of loot.
You know, this is going to get interesting. Look at Apex. Moving right alongside Goat. Feels like they're having a racing competition there. As somebody needs to open it up against the other. You could see the fear instilled in their hearts, right? Everybody wants to focus on their objective. That is try and get inside the circle. But for Animate, they finally made their movements. And for Team Air, they did manage to disengage from that situation. But the scarcity of the loot is certainly going to haunt them for quite some time.
Yeah. I want to go back to that moment between AE and Air, right? Both these teams in a big stalemate situation for the entire first stage.
Yeah.
And that's a big red flag right there. Considering they knew that they're not inside of the zone and still waiting it out. It's understandable. It's their first time inside such a massive event. Everyone wants to secure a slot in the upcoming stages. But still, playing so passive to the point where you're also sacrificing your lives with the entire stalemate situation, it's not worth it. And one of the tips I would like to give these players is that I understand you might be a little bit hesitant in going for the fights, but just do it. Because if you do not really do so, if you're not really having any escape routes, you've got no other option than to go for the fight. Because if you're just going to try to avoid it for as long as possible, then that creates a stalemate, and it just also wastes a lot of times. And this is what I'm exactly talking about. It's a prime example of it.
Exactly. This is as worse as it could get over here, at least for Air officials. kind of disengaging from that situation. And, talking about what you just mentioned, I really feel like you can't do anything about it. It was just two teams somehow unintentionally deciding to drop at the same area. And we do need to understand the gravity of the situation. It is the BGIS. They've been trying, they've been duking it out, they've been fighting for this moment. And, even as a player, you can feel for them.
Well, I mean, hold on, okay? I'm sorry to cut you off, but still look at the result, though.
See,
I mean, you might as well just go out fighting, right? You might as well get some elimination points because right now there's a chance they can be completely wiped out.
But then again, you have to take into consideration that if you survive, you're sort of increasing your probability to live for a little longer. Yes, what you're saying is completely understandable, but being in the shoes of those players, a lot of things do go on because you do not know from where you might get shot at, what angles do you have, and especially for air officials, they had the lower ground in that particular situation. But now, moving on ahead, we've got the players of Team RYL. They're making a quick rotation all the way from the Rozhok side. Going to be entering, trying to take that central spot around the circle. But yeah, this is BGIS. This is where you kind of expect the unexpected, and that really happened with Air Esports. And they took the brunt of it.
Going back to the RYL conversation, though, man, these players are rich.
For sure.
They've got some of the fancy cars, some of the fancy skins inside of the game. And from what I've heard, cosmetics do sort of help you play a little bit better. It's sort of like with the mindset. So maybe RYL can be the one to dominate the lobby too next to Team Zero. Never know, because they've got some solid skins, that's for sure. I mean, look at them. They're looking fancy.
Yeah. You've got a Pagani, you've got a Lamborghini, you've got a Bugatti. And what color is your Bugatti?
I don't have any.
Really thought you might get one. If you were lucky though, but at least for now I really do not like this position. I feel it's way too open, and for now, as long as you have the mercy of the circle, you're good to go. But the moment the circle shifts away from the museum, that's where the trouble arises, because then when you're trying to get away with your vehicles, you're so much out in the open, and there will be a lot of those teams guarding that area, and considering the fact that you've been spotted, that makes things worse.
And talk about the worst things for now, though. I think so. Air is probably going to be eliminated from the game. They're going to vanish into thin air.
We still have Alone, though.
I mean, his name is Alone, and he's the lone survivor for that team. That too outside of the zone. Way too far away, by the way. He's got his hands on the vehicle. He's slowly and steadily trying to make it in.
Look, my friend. Yesterday, we witnessed the rule breakers. They somehow made it inside the circle. However, like you said, they had all 4 of their players alive. Yeah. But they were up to similar shenanigans. And, if Air can pull off something like that, I think maybe make it to the top 3. I would consider it as a win.
It's not even a shenanigan at this point, my friend. It's a complete mess up. It's a mess up. It's desperation at its finest.
Yeah.
And yeah, Alone now, I mean, just like his name, there's a reason why he's got that name, right? Maybe the team knows that they always get stuck in those type of situation, and Alone is probably going to be alone the whole time.
I mean, looking at how things are, I really feel like he's got a duo with him. If you look at the marker there, 2 players on Air, somebody sitting along with him.
He's not alone.
So he's not alone.
Let's go.
There's somebody along with Alone. But when you look at the circle shift, right, it's gone towards the dip of death. You've got the players of Enso holding on to the central spot. You've also got Sincere. Now, this is one of those teams that we did not get to talk about a lot. But looking at Team Zero, this is where they're making their movement, and they could really get caught between rock and a hard place. Because you can look, 2 different teams, and they're going right through the very center.
They indeed are. Including Team Zero now, that are finally trying to breach inside of the zone. You can't see Addy, Scout OP on the southern side of the zone. But inside of the circle, you've got Apex Esports eyeing out a foe that's in the front. They've got the man locked in the sights. The execution, though, it's not coming through just yet. Couple of taps taken. No lethal damage dealt, though. For Apex, Unfortunately, losing out on that one single player, it will be a stinger in the future, which was Days. But it's fine. But look at the goats.
Yeah.
Inside a shelter. This is one of the worst positions you can place yourself in, because when you try to funnel yourself outside a shelter, that's when everything goes south.
Don't they remind you of Super Rockers yesterday, or maybe even Fly High? One of those teams always itching for a fight, and this time they won it to third party. AE and air officials, and eventually they were the ones who took those losses. The hunters got hunted and forgot. I think now they're in hiding. They don't want to be a part of anything at all, but looking at Charisma, now this is one of those interesting names. Really am excited to see what can they put on the table, considering they're kind of unaware that goat, they're just underneath them. And imagine they go out checking shelter and somebody just eats them up alive.
It'll be a tough one, though. That will be a tough team to devour. Those two players are hidden quite well. But as I mentioned, when you try to funnel yourself out of that spot, that's when the real problems start to knock your doors. And a team right now that's looking for to hold down the shelter lands is also Team Zero. Yeah, I mean, this position is okay for now, but it's not too good for Team Zero as well. And somewhere down the line, I'm pretty sure these players do realize that. That's why they're taking the shots. This is one of those stages where the enemies, they just try to burn through each other's meds.
For sure. It's all about trying to destroy your opponent's armor, try to pull off as many meds as possible. No, you need to get those small little victories, because in those final circles, those utility play a very crucial role. And when you look at the players of Team Zero over here, Necro, you can see a little bit of a split going on. It's going to be just playing in duos. They've already secured 2 finishes. But this time it's a rather slower start. So we know that this is just a calm before the storm.
Yeah.
And once we get that 4th or the 5th shift and we get that curveball. Yes, this is exactly what I was talking about. Look at the influx of the team that is going to happen. Look at the splash of colors on the eastern side. Surely a fight is brewing up.
We're going to see a wave of vehicles just wanting to move inside of the zone soon, Fixes.
Oh, yeah.
And we're already seeing that. Look at SIN being pretty quick on the feet. The same thing can be said for another team that's there on the southern side, which is Charisma. Apex still sitting in that same compound. They haven't moved yet. Charisma, I'm not sure why they backed away from that spot, but maybe they were getting shot at and they thought that it's too risky to be there. That's why they just backed away. Before Apex, just sitting in that same compound. I'm not sure what the game plan's going to be like, because the circle's way too small now. It's better to be a little bit quicker on the feet and get yourself that good spot, because if it's gone, then it's gone. Then you would need to assert the dominance for that spot.
And right now, nobody's taken over those hilly areas. The dead smack center of the circle. Somebody needs to contest that. You've got some dips to play around in that particular area. I guess everybody is anticipating somebody to be there. We do know there's no one. We do know it's vacant, it's empty. But surely somebody needs to contest for that. And whilst all of it is happening, this is the fights that we were talking about, right? The players of Team Apex getting taken down, as now we've got Charisma. They're also in a little bit of a pickle. One of their players already picked off. The smokes deployed. And should not have an issue getting the rest back up.
All the players in a big state of discomfort. They were getting shot at by the players of Apex from the back lines, and that's why Charisma 4 now, they're going to be okay. They've got a couple of smokes. That's working as the cover for them, but as soon as the smoke's going to fade away, there's a chance their lifeline too might just fade away with the smokes. They've got their hands on the vehicles, so for now it's all okay. They can easily make the transition inside of the zone. But the problem is the sustainability. Can they sustain that spot that will hold? Because the zone now is pretty much out in the open. And there's also some streets that's dividing the zone into some parts.
You hit the bullseye on that, because when Charisma, they want to enter inside the circle, those will be those open lands. It just might be a couple of 100 meters there. But once they come out, once they get inside the blue, you know, they're going to be extremely vulnerable. So many teams will fire shots at them, and that's what they're worried about. Now they're on the lookout for a couple of finishes. They're on the lookout for a few of those teams traversing around, maybe a third party at the best. But when you look at Air, look at them. You know, this is a rotation that Alone is going to remember. All the way from down south, he took it to the eastern side, then rotated from the northern side, and will be now breaching inside the circle. Whilst all of it is happening, Team Goat in a little bit of a kerfuffle over there. One of their players again picked off, and this is the curveball that I was talking about, Necro. This is where the pandemonium occurs.
Circle shifting on the top right. And with it also brings in even more mysteries. And now look at the teams just being in a big state of discomfort. We're also seeing one of the push happen in front of us. AE getting pushed up on by the players in the front, by Charisma Esports. And Charisma themselves were taking a lot of damage. But it's still a 2v4. The man advantage in the hands of Charisma for the players of AE to stand a chance inside of the fight.
Wow.
They would need to pull off a miracle. But then Charisma, they toss a beautiful nade. And a knock is found. Zach goes down. The revive needs to be there. And his teammate is probably going to try to do so. He's going for the res. But is the player really going to be back up? That's the question. Revive being stuck. And Robin somehow actually gets the revive done as well. And instantly the players of AE looking forward to back away from the fight. But Wall of Death is right there. It's soon enough going to start a move. You need to respect that. You've only got a minute in your hands.
Oh, you certainly do. For Anime Esports, this is something that they did not want to happen right now. As Zach already picked off. You've got Robin over there now. Charisma, they want to commit for the push. As Zach, yeah, he's still alive. But Robin is taking a lot of beating to the point where they've been deleted from the server. As Charisma, they're going to make an entry. But Team Zero, now they're starting to open up on their wings. As now the next target on their hit list could be the players of Brutal.
Team Zero still just circling around. Trying to scout out the grounds in the front. Just making sure they're not going to be easily taken down for now. And Brutal, they're taking some brutal damage upon themselves. A lot of damage inflicted. Team Zero, unfortunately losing out on Addy. The man getting backstabbed. LC's pain is there. The revive seems next to impossible to come through. And yes, Addy will still be down. The fallen man will not be back upon his feet. And for Team Zero, now they're taken down to a 3-man squad. It's just going to be a big stinger. It's going to sting them so much. Down to a 3-man squad out in the open. Running out of utilities too to try and cover themselves. That's another minus point. Before now, Karma in front of us. Or Charisma in front of us. As they've lost out on 2 of the players. We're still trying to crawl back to safety. The revive's going to be there soon enough. But it's all about the utility utilization from the opponents too. They're tossing in the nades. If it's going to find the mark, it's probably going to be the ace for them.
It certainly could be. One of the players already being taken down over there. As Beza is being dealt with, but look at Creons. Oh, that is going to hurt. As now Trinity, the final player surviving, as Sincere, they're racking up a lot of finishes to their names. As the revivals do get triggered, Sincere, they've got the best spot inside the circle. They've got that little bit of a dip to play around with. And now this has to be their game to lose. As Team Zero, they've been dealt with. As Sincere, they will land the final nail in the coffin. As now Teams is just falling down as flies. As Sincere, 6 finishes strong, and they're set for success if they do not make any mistakes.
Sincere, all the 4 players spread out perfectly. They control the entire tempo of this zone. All it takes, though, is one single knock, and that's when the real state of discomfort will start to hit the players of Sincere. Before now, you've got Incel. A really good knockout against the players of Charisma. Trinity once again going for the revive onto the fallen player. It's going to be back up. That's no problem right there. But it's all about trying to make it inside of the zone. Can the players of Charisma make it, though? Considering Sincere is still controlling the entire tempo and the breaching points of the zone. So for Charisma, it's going to be a hell of a task. And from the far fray, it's also Inso Danny taking shots against him. Charisma is pretty much done for.
I mean, does not matter. They still have 8 finishes secured.
Yeah.
So really the kind of a start that you would expect if you are Charisma. Especially being in an underdog, you want to make it to round number 2. But Level having that best angle over there. As he has no trouble taking down 2 in that position. As Sincere, they are going to further up their tally. It's 10 finishes already, and all 4 of their players alive. And look at how beautifully they spread across the circle. Look at that dip they have to play along with as Brutal. They've got no other choice but to push, eventually to fall down to the players of Sincere.
ACBC also eliminated outside of the game, and now this is where Brutal is going to make that push happen. The real fight breaks out in the open. Sincere, though, they're still making sure they're handing out a reality check to the players of Brutal. One of the men instantly getting knocked out and confirmed, and 2 of the men knocked out for the side of Sincere themselves. Even Sincere is taken down to a 2-man squad, and the 2 players that were knocked out, they're way too far away. It will be next to impossible to get the fallen players back up, but still one of the men is trying to back away to that spot, get the players back up. Will the revive be possible? That's my question. Utilities being tossed from Brutal, and still all it takes is that one single prime connection. But the man's barely off from the mark, but eventually even he will be dealt with. That nails in the coffin. Last man taken out, down and dusted. Brutal not inside of the game anymore. And Sincere, they still continue their parade. It's a death parade for the players of Inso. And Inso is taken down to a 3-man squad, but Inso, they still hit back nicely, but the main zone is being controlled by the players of Sincere.
They certainly do not want to go without a fight. Akane being dealt with, now comes the push, as this is it from Danny. This has to be something special, as Firo, he's going to be following it along, as now it all rests on Goku. His position still not compromised, now finally given away, as look at Hybrid. He's got a little bit of an angle on him, but Hybrid all out in the open. This could really go anywhere. He's been spotted out, already taken a couple of hits over there. As Pharaoh and Hybrid, they could really piece it together. As now, Goku, he just want to get the confirmations.
As the team, we thought they're going to be able to perform, but instead it's just completely different teams over here in the final few moments. Sincere up against the players of Inso. And look at Goku, a snake in the grass, creeping and crawling his way up against the foes. But Hybrid is going for the revive, and this might just be the big move that they wanted to make. Man advantage in the hands, and unfortunately the wall of death forces him to move inside the zone. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the players of Inso to get the first chicken dinner of the day.
Oh, I loved it. I loved every bit of what Team Inso did over there, especially Danny. And yeah, Sincere, they almost had it in the bag. And all they had to do was just get that final few finishes over there. Akane getting so much out in the open. Kind of was a little complacent. Felt like, yeah, this chicken dinner was completely theirs. And eventually, while he was trying to lob that Molotov, got picked off. And then you could see Danny Heroics. He decides, you know what, chuck it. I'm done with it. Decides to go for a drive away. And in doing so, he's just not just managed to take down one, but takes down his teammate who was apparently coming to revive him. And which leaves just Goku, one last survivor. Inso did have that numbers advantage, and that is how the cookie crumbled for Sincere. But still, no complaints, no qualms, however, because Sincere, they did manage to get a lot of finishes.
I mean, they actually knocked out 2 players with the V could run over, and that's where the real course of the fight just completely changed, right? Sincere was controlling the entire tempo of the final few moments, but then that's how the entire cookie crumbled, right? And so they just started to run over the players Sincere, and for some reason there was a big state of panic because the players are out in the open. They did not know what to do. They saw the vehicles approach them, but still there were no conversions, and that's when, yeah, I mean, somewhere down the line we also knew that Sincere is probably going to be done for because Inso took that control over so easily. But looking at the past a little bit more, we thought Team Zero can also be the one to secure a solid chicken dinner, but instead they just ended up rotating from point A to point B, and that's when they just got caught.
Yeah, I think the players of Team Zero were too erratic. They were feeling quite overconfident there. You look at them in the kind of position they were holding on. They were kind of interested in taking fights. That little did they know they had somebody just behind them. They had a couple of teams around them, and that is what happened. Despite getting the first knock in one of those particular fights, a couple of their players just got third-partied from elsewhere. They did not have good concrete cover to play around, and this is where I think they've learned their lessons the hard way. But hey, let's not just cough at them because you still have 2 more games to go. Even Brawlers fell flat on their faces yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the first game you can't say maybe the jitters were there, but once again, it's Team Zero, man. Every single player inside of this team is quite experienced, so you cannot say it's the jitters. Maybe they just want to get used to the lobby, understand how exactly this lobby is going to be functioning. They've never played against these teams ever in the past, so it's all about getting used to. Maybe the adaptability is lacking a little bit, but hopefully they work upon it in the future a little bit more.
I think I must say it was just poor eye-chilling being done, because we did discuss about it even in the pre-segment where they had to be very sure of what they're up to. And for a moment, I felt like Team Zero, they had a really good start. They managed to get those two finishes, and what they were supposed to do next was fight and brute force their way inside the circle. Considering you've got players like Addy and Syed who do not shy away from taking a fight, of course you want to use the strengths of the team rather than just trying to get caught in the middle of nowhere. You know, you look at the position, there was so much out in the open. That was quite unnecessary. Either you take a complete passive stance where you let all the other teams play, you know, kind of go that gladiators route where you rely upon a third party and then move in, rather than getting inside the circle and forcing a fight. Yeah, that was inevitable. That was ought to happen.
That's one of the things that I was also expecting, right? I thought that Team Zero would probably try to rely on their firepower. They would try to pack a punch inside of the lobby. But no, instead, they were just trying to play it super passive. They were trying to rotate from point A to point B. They were trying to play that placement game, even though they know they've got some of the best players inside of the country. Addy, he has been one of the great assaulters inside of the grind that we saw. And then talking about Sayed, even he's been one of the great players. Scout, of course, I do not really need to emphasize on that. But in general, they've got a solid lineup. If they do rely on their firepower, it can be all okay. But unfortunately, Team Zero, they just wanted to play safe. But hopefully the same thing's not going to be repeated or replicated in the upcoming map of Miramar, right? But now, Fixes, we need to figure out who's going to be the MVP of that previous game.
I think for me has to be Danny. I do not know how many finishes he accumulated for himself, but then again, the impact he made as a player. Somebody needed to make that bold move, right? Somebody needed to push on Sincere, and that was Danny that did it.
Yeah, Sincere, I think so. The last time when we saw this team, they had 10 elimination points converted. I'm not exactly sure after the game how many. Yeah, it's probably someone from Sincere has to be there, right? But yeah, I mean, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on forward and look at the MVP of the previous game. It has to be someone from the side of Sincere, and yes, it is going to be someone from the side of Sincere. It's Akane with 8 finishes wrapped up. Wow, that's impressive. Finish contribution of 57%.
Yeah, certainly the MVP, but also the kryptonite and one of those players that denied Sincere the win. Because if you remember, it was the players of Brutal that decided to push in on Akane, and he just got picked off over there. And even that Molotov, I think Akane was the one who was trying to lob the Molotov, and eventually got taken down by the players of Inso. Regardless, Sincere, still for them, I think it was a really good first game, and they might be feeling quite settled now. 15 or 16 points already from one particular game. Miramar and Sanhok, they've got that leeway. But when you look at the top 5 performers, I think the usual suspects, however, really impressed with Roshgord.
All the teams that we thought will be able to perform, they're not over here. ACBC, they struggled. Team Zero, of course, they struggled. Apex Esports, this team did not even go for the rotation when they saw the circle pop up. They were still just staying in that compound. And we Summer Downline knew instantly, if they're not going to be one of the prime contenders for that zone, then things are going to be a big problem. And that's what exactly happened. Apex Esports taking that late rotation, they got instantly eliminated. But yeah, I mean, Goku's over there too with 4 elimination points. He tried his best to clutch things out, but unfortunately couldn't really do so. Danny's over there too with 4 points wrapped up. Then you've also got Fishy over there with 3 eliminations wrapped up. In general, all the teams that are over here were there in the final few moments, including Brutal.
However, I was kind of surprised, or rather I'm very keen to know where did the boys from Air finish off, because we did see Alone. He was somewhere on the northern sides, and how did he inject his way inside the zone? And when you look at Sincere, of course they did not get the chicken dinner, but still those 20 points come into play, secures their qualification, and they've opened the doors.
14 finishes wrapped up. That's more than good enough. That's 8 points in total. Already they have qualified in my books, right? We mentioned this. 7 points per game is something that you might need. And Sincere, they've already done the job pretty much. Moving on forward towards Inso. I mean, even they're over here on the points board with 18 points wrapped up. You've also got Brutal Esports with 11 points. You've got Charisma with 11 points too. But yeah, in general, I mean, Sincere just stealing the limelight with those 20 points.
They certainly did, and all they had to do was just hold on to the tip of death position, and sometimes it gets really difficult to play around with, but if you have the benefit of the circle, we know you could really reap those rewards, and that is what they did. Kept Team Charisma at bay, and Charisma Esports is also one of those teams that really brute forced their way inside the circle. However, it was Team Sincere that took them down, but this is where the trouble really arises. ACBC Esports, one of those known names, again coming short. For Team Zero also getting those 5 points, still in the grand scheme of things, it's not too shabby, right? In Miramar or Sanhok, all you need is one good game and you're also qualified.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you can also look at Zen Extreme. I thought this is one of those teams that was returning back in 2024, right? And even they got 0 points. As you mentioned, even Apex, Lucius, no points accumulated. Air Officials, you wanted to see where this team stood. And there you go. They're all the way on the 13th spot with no points accumulated. So now, this is something that would need a be fixed from the side of Air, because as we keep on mentioning, learn from your mistakes. And Air, they should realize one thing, that is that yes, you do know you should avoid the fights early game, but it does not mean end up in a stalemate.
Yeah, I mean, all that Necro is trying to let you know is if you've got a fight in front of you, go take it. Because even if
no
you
escape route, if
there's no escape route, and that also did not, that was not the case. But still, you know, defending Air Officials did not have the best positions to engage, and all they could do at the very best was could maybe try and third party, especially when Gold Officials decided to push on Animate Esports.
I don't even think so. Goat decided to push up. They just saw one of the players on the side of Air just out in the open, so that was like a free elimination point gifted to them. As soon as Goat, they got that elimination point, they just ran away with that. They scooped it away. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot more stuff to talk about, but we need to look at this promo that's lined up. First spin of the day at just 10 UC. You sitting at your home, man. What are you waiting for? Go and boot up inside the game. We know everyone has 10 UC lying around. Even you do, even I do in my account, but unfortunately I'm not that lucky enough to get my hands on that. So I'm not really going to try to emphasize on that. But you know what? Make sure to go ahead and get that spin. Maybe you can be the lucky one to get your hands on that Ixu.
You know, sorry to say, but I just have 1 UC left in my account. I am that guy. But yeah, Spiro was lucky though. He just had 10, and all he had to do was spin and get a mythic backpack.
Oh, even Maisie got a helmet.
He did?
He got an Ignis helmet.
Alright.
So, yeah, I mean, we're the only unlucky ones, man. Maybe it's just the English desk, man. We're just too unlucky.
Yeah, I think we need to talk to the officials about that. But I think that put aside, we'll sort our skin issues. But for now, we have to talk about what really happened in game number 1, because now entering into Miramar, where we have the matchup again in front of our screens, Necro, this is going to be so exciting because it's going to be Miramar. I kind of think like we are kind of proceeding towards a little bit of a Team Brawlers storyline, where Team Zero, we had high expectations from their side, but really they could not have the kind of a start that they were hoping for. Whilst all of that is happening, we do have a little bit of a switcheroo on the desk, and my man Johnny, he was watching from the sidelines. Certainly, Johnny, welcome back to the desk, and what did you take away from the first game?
Oh, wow. I mean, you can't really be sure about who's going to win the chicken until the end result is in front of us. That is one thing to take away from that, because with the momentum that Sincere Gaming was moving forward, it would have been so amazing to see them win the game as well. I feel that I've been denied the epic climatic finish that I wanted for this Undergod team, but they have 2 more matches, so hopefully they can secure 1 winner chicken dinner by the end of the day.
I mean, does not matter. They've still qualified. I think that is the goal, I feel, really. If you are sincere, they needed to get those bare minimum points, and they've gotten more than that. And now, anything that they collect is going to be an added bonus. But again, the box stops at the players of Team Zero and ACBC. Now, 2 of the renowned teams that have come in, and suddenly they kind of are starting to fizzle off. Not the right start. What do you expect they need to change in Miramar?
I think going into Miramar, just take a breath, take your time engaging into fights. That was one thing I noticed in this particular group as well. A lot of aggression being brought, not just by 1 or 2 teams, but everyone is willing to take a fight. I believe it's a lesson learned by watching the teams from yesterday, because yesterday we were caught off guard by the passivity that was there amongst the lobbies, both the lobbies, Group 1 and 2. And today it seems like everyone just woke up and chose war against each other, which, I mean, I'm not really complaining about it. We love action in games like this. And
Yeah.
again, I mean, in Miramar, for the teams that haven't really had that great of a start, I mean, struggling with no points or just 1 or 2 points, it is important you take a breath, you take your time gathering information before you engage into a fight, and you do not run into a situation just willy-nilly. Do that, and I think you should be able to secure the 7 or 8 points that Necro has been asking from these teams.
I think primarily you're trying to say that you need to be methodical about your fights, be
Pretty
really
much.
prepared, and do not get complacent.
Yeah.
Do not just find yourself in a really tough spot for where you cannot rescue yourself. I think that is exactly what happened with Team Zero. But even for ACBC, I was really hoping that they would have dealt with the players of Dark Yoda and said it was the other way around. But the voice in my head finally says that we are ready to chart it into the deserty map of Miramar. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2, and this time I'm really keen to see where the flight path trajectory really begins from. So fasten your seatbelts. It is going to be one hell of a matchup, as now the trajectory, and we did not anticipate this, it's all the way from El Pozo towards El Azahar.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting flight path leaning towards the northern half of the map, and as you mentioned, El Pozo to El Azhar, just completely dissecting the map in 1/3. That's going to be the northern half of Hasi, and then the rest of the map. So anywhere beyond Minas Generales on that eastern front, anywhere beyond Picardo or Ladriela is going to be a challenge to start from the southern drop locations. But that is again one more interesting aspect of the game that the players are used to tackling at the very start. But considering El Pozo is one of the most preferred drop locations in this map of Miramar, I was expecting a drop clash, but I've been let down in the very first few moments of the game fixes. We have Team Zero who are dropping on the western edge of the map. I believe that's going to be a spread looting strategy where they drop and start in the smaller compounds. And in the meanwhile, Brutal, they've gone for the main city directly.
I think even for Team Brutal, they did have a decent start, at least better than Team Zero.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And for Team Zero, it's been a little bit of a pushback. And I think this game, they're going to be trying to kind of implement something like Brawlers did yesterday, try and third party, and then maybe try and get the chicken dinner. I think it was Team Brawlers that did manage to get the Miramar chicken. So Team Zero would want to replicate something similar. But the big question over here is where the circle is going to form. Imagine it goes towards Los Leones.
Oh, we had a Los Leones. Well, kind of.
Almost.
Almost, yeah. Ended up shifting west.
Minas del Valle,
Yeah.
yeah.
Although, I mean, doesn't really matter if it's a Los Leones or Minas del Valle circle, to be honest. As long as it's a southern circle with a northern flight path, we can be sure we're going to have an entertaining match in front of our eyes. And talk about entertainment, I think we are going to witness a few early fights inside this game. Look at Campo Militar and Tierra Bronca and El Azhar. Completely crowded. You have the lads from the side of Lucius Esports. And they're looking to take a fight against INSO, the winners of the previous game. INSO, if they can bring 2 chicken dinners or at least 2 wonderful performances where they finish in the top 3, I think they would have secured their qualification already. But anything can happen as of now. Rabbito runs outside on the ledge, barely manages to survive it. INSO still looking for that angle, and Rabbito can't really do much from this position. He's stuck. If he steps out into the open any further, if he drops down to that ground floor, he's going to be done for. In the meanwhile, witnesses the inevitable demise of his own teammates. They're down to 3 players.
Oh, Rabbito, not the best of weapons to play around with. Running out of ammunitions, just as 15 remaining. We'll get the reload though, as Lucius. Well, there have been some trade-offs over here, and this is a nice knock. Pharaoh completely caught with his pants down. And Pain will inflict that pain into his heart as Roberto takes that leap and could be the Grim Reaper from up above. But brownie points for efforts, but yeah, effort does not earn you points.
Yeah, no points for effort, only for finishes. And Lucius, they have to go for a reset. Roberto needs a revive. Pain, he's holding that flank, just waiting for the players of INSO to commit into this fight. But INSO, they have to be careful as well. We saw LCS, Lucius Esports, they brought in trades quite nicely, and Pain, what a move over there, filled with confidence, just pushes towards the opposition. And Lucius Esports, what a way to start this game of Miramar, a complete squad wipe against the winners of the previous match.
This is where I talk about the variables really coming into play. Now, this was one of those major conversations that even I was having with Necro. We had a similar situation in the map of Erangel, where it was air officials against Anime Esports.
Yeah.
Where Goat decided to third party. However, there was no third party over here. And I would love to have you also step into the discussion where Necro was kind of quite confident about the fact that air officials should not have backed off, should have forced the fight. And this is one of those reasons where if you're unprepared and you force a fight, things could really go up against you.
Exactly. I mean, having lack of information over there about where Manhattan was positioned in the end ended up being the main reason for the demise of Inso in this particular situation. Because Payne, his push, while it was a little bit surprising, as soon as you notice where Manhattan was, he had the backline flank of the opposition available to him. Things become extremely clear and you figure out, alright, Lucius Esports, they had a positional advantage against the opposition, and hence you see them still walk away with 3 players. But they've also lost 1 player in the game already, and that means for the mid-game stages, they will have to keep their heads down, try and play for survival. On the other side of things, though, the players from the side of Sincere Gaming, quite sincere in the fact that we saw them just commit to fights, not really backing away from any situations, walked away with a lot of elimination points from that previous match on Erangel. This time around, though, as a step into Miramar, they have to be extremely careful, starting all the way from the northeastern edge of the map. Even though they're not too far away from the circle, there is a possibility that someone actually might challenge them or contest them at the edge. One of the major contenders can be in the form of Lucius Esports, have just finished their fight in Tierra Bronca. Although considering the entire northern half of the circle is empty as of now, I don't think they have to worry about a lot. On the other side, though, Brutal, we saw them have, well, that early control of El Pozo, and they're still El Pozo. No incentive to move out. The whole city is theirs, and there's no one around them to challenge them for that.
Yeah, the idea of Sincere dropping down at Campo Militar is quite simple. Make sure that you've got nobody on your backlines. You're the ones making your way inside the circle. If it's fight, you want to take it from the front or maybe from the sides. But talking about Sincere and even Inso, as a matter of fact, Inso getting the previous chicken dinner, this is not going to hurt them a lot, right?
Yeah.
They still know they've qualified, they still know they've secured enough points. And even the same can be said for Sincere. So they can take their sweet time. However, can't really say the same for the likes of Team Zero, even for the likes of Team Apex, even for Goat. Now, Goat is one of those teams quite synonymous to maybe the likes of Super Rockers or maybe even Moggers that we saw yesterday. What do you think?
I do agree with that. I mean, the confidence is there, definitely. But Super Rockers, you also have to remember that they built their momentum in the first game itself, and that allowed them to have a successful day for the other 2 matches. While we will come back to that conversation in a bit, Fixes, I want to see what is developing over here. Apex going up against Air Official. First knock found, 2 players still hiding on that first floor. And Apex, they are looking to go for that push. Torpedo leading the charge, of course. Still being patient. No noise, no commotion from the players of Air Official. They're hiding their presence exactly where they are. But as soon as the revive is brought back, it is the Molotov that results in Zainab being put back on his knees again for the second time. Too much pressure on the players of Air. They have nowhere left to run in this situation.
Oh, look at this. Alright, the trades were definitely coming through, but Apex still finds the better of it. 2 players down and out, and still getting 3 finishes secured. Still would consider it as a little bit of a win over here, because they're not gonna get the numbers back.
Yeah.
And considering they're kind of positioned around San Martin, should not be a big concern. As Team HRZ, even in the previous matchup, they were sort of invisible, but somehow did manage to rack up those position points. And yeah, a little mischief here and there. In his defense, he had no ammunition.
What? Yeah, he did not have any
You did
ammo
not see
on
that.
the DBS, but the M4 was fully decked out, man. What are you talking about? I mean, as you mentioned, a few shenanigans at the start of the game are forgivable, and especially considering think they have to go all in this match if they want to think about qualifying for round 2 as well. They can't really take their foot off the pedal. And realizing that, I think Flexi wants to put more pressure on the players of LCS. Now, Rabito, we did see him be the game changer for his team in that previous fight, but can he do it again? None of the shots connect on Rabito. He keeps going along his merry way, and Payne did kind of pull off a very smart move, went on the other side of the mountain, and now is rotating on the slope, denying vision to the players of 8Z. And if you look at the radar, I mean, towards the northeastern corner of the circle specifically, I was expecting a three-way clash, because HRZ, we saw them move towards Tierra Bronca. LCS was also moving towards Campo Militar, where the players of Sincere Gaming were. So there was a possibility of all these three teams colliding against each other, but that hasn't really happened. We see Sincere take control of Torre Amuda, and now even the next circle is not too far away from them. LCS also moving along towards the northeastern edge of the circle along with HRZ, who are following their tracks. So there is still a very high probability of the teams colliding. But the question is, when does it happen? Does it happen outside the safe zone? Does it happen in the edge, at the edge of the circle? Or will it be a fight much deeper into the zone where the incentive of actually forcing action upon the opposition has been taken away from all of these teams? But ZX Extreme, they haven't been given a moment of zen, of peace in the previous game, and I don't think they're going to have any in this game. Fixtures, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, for ZX, this is one of those teams did not have the best of start in the previous game, right? And for now, you know, in conjunction to what you just said, yeah, you know, all those things do happen. But for ZX, I really feel like they need to stay away from fights as much as possible. Just try to maybe stick around the edges, or maybe try to work it around. But for Team Zero, they did have the center. But HRZ, they're all in the mood to take this fight. Flexi, he's got the right angle. Yeah, he's already spotted out Payne. All he needs to do is throw a grenade at his direction. He knows where the smoke is, but they're taking their own sweet time. However, Shockwave, he lost his patience. Through the smoke, connected the shot, and well, Payne, he is literally a dead man walking.
Yeah, well, he's not even walking anymore. Turns into a piece of wood crate lying out in the open. But this is what I wanted to talk about. There was no time for HRZ to reset. We spoke about the fact that Sincere Gaming, they were lurking quite close to both these teams, and as soon as they heard all this commotion, they want to chime in and show why they were there at the top of the leaderboard. After the end of a angle, one more knock secured, this time by Goku, converts it into a finish as well. Extrovert and Flexi, the last two men left standing for the side of HRZ. They have quite a solid cover to play from, but it is still a fight that is not in their favor. It's a 4v2 situation, and Sincere, they have the momentum in their favor as well.
At least for Sincere, they've gotten two finishes. Now HRZ, now this is exactly the kind of a mindset that come in, right? We did touch upon it. Staying around the edges, they wanted to avoid fights, wanted to ensure they've got their backlines clear, and now given the moment, given the opportunity, they want to bank upon it. For now, Sincere in real close proximity to where the players of Team Goat are. Lycan, he's got a little bit of that high ground with all that vehicle noise. He knows there's somebody inching in closer. Lycan, alright. This is golden time to shine. As Sincere, they're completely unaware of all that intervention. Certainly do have the idea now, though. As he's been spotted out, the pan not the best of weapon. As the Molotov throw to flush him out of his cover. But beautiful response coming in from the MVP of the previous matchup. But again, overextending Johnny. This has been a problem.
Yeah, overextends, jumps over the wall to secure that finish, but gets traded out instead. And Sincere Gaming, while they have taken a hit, the players from the side of Goat, they're looking for their revenge. At least a big chicken in this game as well. Opportunity for reset for the lads of Goat. Sincere, though, they have to close in on Akane's position to get that revive back. And if that doesn't happen soon, they are going to be in such a big world of pain. And look at this, I think it might already be beginning in front of our eyes. Lycan back on his feet, Joyboy alongside with him. But the players from the side of Goat, now this is interesting. As soon as they reset, they instantly back off. Instead of committing to all the commotion that they heard at the summit of this hill. Preemptive nade to push away the opposition that isn't really there anymore. And another one.
I really like Level's position there. He's got a little bit of a high ground. He's away from his pack. Certainly something that Team GOAT might not be expecting. And to make matters worse, GOAT, they did not have the similar altitude. Having that high ground advantage, Sincere, they might just have that extra advantage. This particular fight now just trying to thread the needle, find that perfect angle as Lycan again out in the open as Akane. He swings once more and this time does not miss the head. Gets that beautiful knock and this time they want to follow it up as well.
Nade lobbed out. Doesn't really connect. Clutch God, he's hiding in the corner. Joy Boy needs to be careful, has a UMP up against the DBS.
What?
Shots connect. And Akane is getting his revenge now. The entirety of GOAT not really able to stand up against the players of Sincere Gaming, and all four of them do hit the deck. 6 finishes on the board for Sincere Gaming. What an amazing start to this map of Miramar as well.
Look at that confidence brimming, coursing through the veins of Akane. The way he goes out in the open, that swing and a flick with the DBS. And absolutely annihilating GOAT. The heads chopped off as Sincere. They just keep increasing their tally. And now we could put a similar storyline of what Enigma tried to replicate yesterday. 78 points from 3 games. Certainly, they're charting that course. But as of now, ZX officials, having spotted the players of HR, yeah, they did take a couple of shots, but nothing really to worry about. Nothing that HR should be really concerned, as both their players do find some concrete covers.
These two individuals owe a lot of gratitude to the players of GOAT, who pulled away all of the attention of Sincere Gaming upon themselves and have been wiped out from the game just now. If that hadn't happened, maybe it would have been the players of HRZ who would have been taking an exit, because that is the team that Sincere Gaming initially pushed upon. In the meanwhile, oh no, Animate Esports. Crazy, well,
Yeah.
he is a little bit crazy. Hides on that slope,
Ouch.
gets taken out.
Yeah, that hurts. Especially with Animate, the kind of way they started off in the previous Erangel. They did manage to take down a couple of players from GOAT, but that was all she wrote. And even in this matchup, despite kind of having that little bit of a high ground, Johnny, losing out on those numbers, but this has to be Team Zero's redemption game. They need to bounce back. And this time, thankfully, they have some cover for themselves.
Well, that's a good position to be inside of the game right now as well. As you mentioned, high ground is there. They are inside the circle. And the split formation, the 2-2 split that Team Zero have going on right now, it does give them a lot of information about their surroundings as well, from where Addy and Scout are. You can keep an eye on the players of Apex, keep an eye on the players of HRZ. And from where Daksh and Syed are playing, it's very easy to gatekeep anyone entering from the southeastern edge of the circle. Although finishes are going to be needed. Even in the previous game, Team Zero, they were able to walk away with, I believe, 5 elimination points, nothing for placement. If they could get 5 elimination points in this game as well, and just a few more for placements, I think they should be good.
Again, you know, this is one of those replays that we did see, right? You know, Enso getting picked off by the players of Lucius. And I think credit where credit is due. Payne did a phenomenal job over there, especially this knock. This kind of rattled the forces. And yeah, Lucius were the ones who got the initial knock, but then one of their players was definitely traded. But you know, the point I was trying to make was some interesting choice of loadout from Scout. Did you notice that AUG on a 6 times with a laser sight? Kind of very difficult for me to comprehend what they're trying to accomplish, because come on, you know, Scout with the 4 times, it's quite stable, but a laser sight where you would ideally like a half trip, is it just because that he did not find one, or What do you think?
I think it might be that. Maybe we didn't find one, and at this point, considering they were one of the first few teams to rotate towards the circle early, I think they were much more focused on finding a safe haven for themselves. Or you never know. It's Scout fixes. Scout does what Scout does. We will never know why.
Yeah, certainly could be the case, but I've seen him embrace the DMR in Miramar. But this time he's gone for an unorthodox loadout, the AUG and the AMP.
It's the man who made the long distance sprays popular.
I mean, yeah, for sure, if you say so. Because I've got other players in mind. I think...
Don't take your own name, you don't count.
No. It was one of my teammates, but that's for a different story. That's for another day. But for now, I think, with the way the circle has taken a shift, Apex, they've got the center. But right now, ZX feels like they're in a little bit of a trouble as Sincere come barging on their doors.
Well, Sincere Gaming, they come knocking. ZX, we know the struggles were real. Casanova outside the house knocked out. Eraserhead and Matrix. With their position compromised, I don't think this squad fight will lead a beneficial result for the players of Zen Extreme. Outnumbered and against a team that's been able to hold on to their momentum from game 1 and transition it into game 2. Look at what Sincere Gaming is doing now. As soon as they realize they have the upper hand against the players of Zen Extreme and they are getting backstabbed by the players of Charisma Esports, they turn around, not really afraid to engage against the second team into this fray as well, taking both fights at the same time. Eraserhead is extremely low, knocked out, bleeding down. Matrix going for a revive. Here's the footsteps. Here's the opposition climb up the stairs, faces his inevitable demise and hits the floor. Zen Extreme eliminated from this game on the 12th position.
But look at who's going to knock on their doors. Or maybe not. It is Charisma Esports. In the previous game, we did see the players of Sincere keeping them at bay. This time, however, having an opportunity. I think the only reason why they were reluctant was Sincere did not have even a single player of from their team getting taken down. Had that been the case, could certainly been them trying to reach in through, but Charisma, they have no intentions of picking a fight right now. They want to have a good position inside the circle and could just be walking into their own death crates. As now suddenly Brutal, they're waiting for it. As Charisma, they've already committed in for the fight. One of those players already in close proximity as Ayush decides to close in, as Psycho will give him a little bit of a beating over there, gets taken down as Trinity as falls as well. Now just 2 players surviving, all of them being surrounded as Charisma eliminated as one last player survives.
I think that individual inside did take some damage from the Molotov as well, but Brutal, the bear trap that was laid out, does catch a prey in the form of Charisma. 4 points secured from this early fight, and Brutal, they were looking extremely solid and stable in this first game, in the first game of the day as well. The map of Erangel on Miramar, the way these lads are playing, it feels like fixes. They have a plan set out for the entire day. But ladies and gentlemen, we have Dark Yoda, Prime in fact, the player from the lineup. The reason for elimination of RYL now, majority of the players, I believe, were picked off a few moments ago, and this was the last player from the team who was on the run. Unfortunately for him, he gets spotted out in the open, nowhere left to run, and Prime just makes quick work of the opposition. 1 point secured quite easily, but as Dark Yoda look to move forward, do they realize that there is someone waiting for them right on that southwestern edge of the circle? Southeastern, sorry.
But look at the alarm bell stalling for Team 0. Already Daksh being picked off. Now this is where things get worse. And look at who are the ones demolishing the entire lobby. Sincere, quite opposite to their name. It kind of sounds like, they are the geeks of the lobby, but suddenly they're inflicting so much hurt. And now they've decided to take on the players of Brutal.
Yeah.
Now, considering how the circle has panned off, Animate Esports could still have a good chance. But Brutal, they just recently won a fight. But now, they need to be very watchful of their steps.
Sincere, I mean, the same could be said for them. I love this fight because, I mean, look at the setup right now. It's brutal. A team filled with tacticality again. Sincere Gaming, who have only been utilizing their raw firepower into the game as of now. Just running into fights, and this time it is going to be no different. One knock was secured, and they do not think twice about the push. Just committing everything that they have. Akane and Level leading the charge. 2 players from the side of Brutal knocked out. Ash hits the floor as well, and it's not going to be long before the last man from the side of Brutal Esports follows up Sincere Gaming. They take a couple of seconds and wipe out the entirety of the opposition. What is this team on? Fixes 17 finish points in the game already secured, and there are still 8 teams, 22 players alive in this match.
Clearly on steroids. I've got no other way to put this through. Just puffed up and yeah, giving that Enigma type performance, replicating it yesterday. 17 finishes accumulated already. Team Zero, they might be thinking now this is a lobby that they did not want to be a part of. As Lucius Esports, they decide to close in. As Robito, one of those final players surviving. As Addy makes some good work out of him. As Team Zero, just 3 finishes. I think the idea for Team Zero over here is to somehow get inside the circle, try and get a chicken dinner, and then maybe break free.
Oh, as long as Sincere was there, chicken was going to be difficult, but now since they're down to that last player, I think there's going to be a possibility. But Dark Yoda is the first team that Team Zero have to deal with. Scout OP heard the commotion on the other side of the ridge, lays down a smoke to protect his teammate, but is that going to be enough? That is the question. Right now, Team Zero, they're down a player. So it is a disadvantage that they have to deal with already before the fight even begins. And of course, look on the radar, they can be flanked by the other teams, which are HRZ and Apex, who still have been able to hold on to their numbers. Prime in the meanwhile making sure that the backup for Scout never arrives in time. And if he stays isolated for long, he eventually will fall as well.
Dark Yoda, you know, this is one of those teams that is en route to seek their own revenge. In the previous game of Erangel, it was Team Zero that decided to take down 2 of their players. This time, however, they want to bring the fight right on towards their faces. Having that little bit of a higher ground, this is where they need to slowly but surely try and push it through. And once that happens, I think having that numbers advantage, that could also be on the cards. But Syed, he's got a really exciting angle, don't you think?
Yeah, both Syed and Addy actually. A brilliant off angle out. He has been the big distraction for the side of Dark Yoda. They haven't been able to move him from his spot. He has been able to hold on to his ground, and that has been a big point of concern. But now, it's not just him alone. His teammates have joined him as well. So the problems for Dark Yoda will continue to grow, and especially considering they were ever so slightly outside the circle, they can't really take a fight head on as well. There's just about a minute left before the blue zone causes more trouble for them. So Dark Yoda, I mean, a decision has been made. It feels like they're trying to push for the summit of this hill. But if they play for that peak, you see HRZ, Apex and Sinister Gaming hiding inside those compounds. Well, they will have a line of fire available on this team. In fact, in a few short moments on Team Zero as well, but Prime leads the charge, secures the first knock, and it will be Scout OP who hits the floor, but his teammates, they're looking for the trade, and Addy kicks things off. The first knock secured, the second as well. It is still one more man. Tronks, he's going for the push on to Syed, and he secures that frag as well. Team Zero, they have been eliminated from the match, and Dark Yoda, now this is another team that is looking quite deadly. Fixes 11 finishes secured in this game of Miramar.
We did not see this coming. Dark Yoda, this is a stark difference of how they played in the first game in comparison to the second, where they were absolutely being battered, clobbered, hammered down, to completely switching the tables. You know, they've come a long way, and in just a matter of 1 game each. Now this is where Level from the backlines instills so much hurt. Fearless already done and dusted. Desai OP, I think he's going to be taken down as well. As HRZ, they're starting to lose out on numbers, and Level, how on earth is he still alive?
Oh, Not any more fixes. He gets spotted out by the players of Dark Yoda, and considering HRZ, they're down to their last man, Flexi, who does not have any utility to work with. We know what's going to happen, what the end result of this match of Miramar is going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, finally they have done it. Team Dark Yoda, they will be able to secure their chicken dinner, but for the last few moments, I think Flexi is just going to be putting on whatever first aids he has left. He is still in the blue, peeks around the corner, no more first aids, and either he hits the floor to the blue, or the players of Dark Yoda walk away with an extra point, and I think they do get that point in the bag, but still, we all know the major chunk of chaos was brought inside the game by the players of Sinister, although they are going to be lacking those placement points. Dark Yoda on the other side, double digit finishes, and also the chicken dinner. I think this is another team that has already made it to round 2.
I mean, when you talk about Sincere, they just want to get on that extra bonus points. But this match was all about Dark Yoda. Because this was one of those teams that was scared. They did not want to take any fight in the previous game of Wrangle. And suddenly, what can a good positioning inside the game do to you?
Yeah.
They were a little bit reluctant, a little bit hesitant when they took that fight against Team Zero. But the moment they got that knock on Scout, I think they did not look behind. I think that fight with Addy, where Addy did manage to get 2, but once he was traded off, once they won that fight, they were just all over the place.
Because this is still fine. What Dark Yoda was able to pull off was still a little bit more doable, considering, I mean, from their position as you broke it down, the fights were laid out on a single flank. Yeah. As long as they did not overcommit to the summit of the ridge and move on to the other side, they would have been able to isolate those fights. I wanted to break down what Sinister did in this match. They got 21 eliminations. A team that started from Campo Militar got 21 finishes in this match of Miramar.
You know, for Sincere again, coming back, this is one of those teams, right? Because first game, they managed to almost secure a chicken. The second game, they just decided to go all out. Now, with Sincere, when you bring in that analogy of being sinister, they had that thought in their mind, right? They knew that after having such a good game, we're just going to go all out. And that is exactly what they did. You know, Akane, look at that player. And this is exactly why we conduct such tournaments. You want that fearlessness being there, and he just goes all out, no remorse, nothing. He's like, chuck it, I'm just going in, I'm gonna go for the push, and I have my teammates backing me along. And where do they end after this? On the first spot for sure, but what point? How many points have they managed to take?
They were third, so that is 5 points, 21, 26
19
points,
finish points they had, right?
21 in the end. They got
21 in the
Level
end.
was able to secure 2 more eliminations in the end. I don't know which was the third team that he.
So 26 points out.
Yeah.
46 points.
Hey, I mean, we have someone challenging Enigma for the title of most points secured in 3 matches, I guess.
But I think, Johnny, we need to address the elephant in the room. Team Zero and ACBC. 2 big names. And even Brawlers managed to get a chicken in Miramar. What's wrong with Team Zero?
I think I'll add Brutal to the list as well. I had certain expectations from Brutal, considering that first game was not too shabby, as I mentioned. All they need to work upon was the same level of commitment to finishes, and of course, just a few placement points. When I say a few, I mean just 1 and 2 would have done the job. 1 or 2 points from placements would have done the job, but that wasn't the case. Not even close for the side of Brutal. In this game, they were the ones who were brutally eliminated. So I think they have to go all in on this on the third game on the map of Sanhok. Otherwise, even their qualification is going to be in a dire position. And Brutal might be one of those teams that misses the qualification threshold by 1 or 2 points. You never want to be in that position. That is the worst spot to be in when you miss out on round 2 just because of a single point or maybe 2 points.
Of course, I mean, if you're Brutal, considering how they also managed to wipe out a squad this time around, that was a very cheeky fight towards the end. Still getting those 4 or 5 points should be fairly enough, but the MVP of this game has to be Akane, don't you think, Johnny? Because the way this man was playing, they did not get the chicken dinner, but he was all over the place.
I mean, let's see, Akane, you say Akane, I say level. Just because of the fact that he was surviving till the very end and he was able to walk away with those extra finishes as well. But you are correct, my friend. It is Akane for the second time today. 8 finishes, 38% finish contribution for his team and map impact of 14%. How do you have just 38% finish contribution with 8 eliminations?
When you have 21 finishes for your
course.
entire team. And for the top 5 performers, it is going to be those usual suspects. Nothing really out of the ordinary. You had Dark Yoda getting the chicken dinner. Surely Prime, I think he was one of those players, one of the very pivotal elements that made them win that fight against Team Zero, because it was all about capturing that King of the Hill position, which I think Dark Yoda did in a very good fashion. And quite well replicated also. But when you again get the conversation back to Team Zero and ACBC, I think I'm kind of really gutted with how they're playing right now. You could see, right, the miscoms absolutely there, the hesitance, the reluctancy in trying to maybe get inside of fights, and even in the fights, you do not see those trades. Daksh, for heaven's sake, he got knocked out and finished off. I don't know how open he was.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was an awkward position to be in, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But with the final fight that we saw the players of Team Zero in, I think, as you mentioned, yes, Prime was the reason that Team Dark Yoda are the winners of this game because of that King of the Hill, the control of the hill that he was able to gain. But even before that, Team Zero was making the same push. They wanted that control as well. And Prime was the man who fought against Scout, held his ground, called for backup, and made sure that there was no way Team Zero moved up that mountain and took control. But we have the rankings of the game in front of us right now. And as we expected, Sincere, they still hold on to that first position in terms of the points. 26 points being brought on the board from this match of Miramar. Then we have on the second team Dark Yoda with 24 points to their name. HR Esports are going to be there as well with 9 points. Apex with 9. Team Zero with 7. Not too shabby. I think this does keep their total tally in a position from where they can move up the rankings. Lucius Esports just 5 points from this match. Brutal Esports with 4. And then there's a team that I think fixes its pains you to see them on that 8th spot with 2 points.
Yes, certainly does. You know, when you talk about Team Zero, I think they've sort of amassed 12 points to their name. So in Sandhawk, anything less than 10 would be less. Because if you kind of calculate Erangel and Miramar, I think it's around 10, 7 and 5 should be, yeah, not so difficult.
How
but
do you
again,
go from your cutoff being 17 to 22?
See, honestly, right now, you want 5 points for them. But considering how the lobby has been stepping up, right? Team Sincere, they've 100% qualified. When you look at even Dark Yoda, no questions at them as well. For Brutal, I feel like they've also done the job. But for Inso, I think by the virtue of their first game, they've also qualified. So 4 teams have already made it. Now Apex did have a really good game. So I'm kind of anticipating the cutoff to be a little higher, somewhere now varying in that 20 range.
Alright, I still believe in Sincere, and you know my theory about the vacuum of points inside of the leaderboard, right?
Alright.
I believe if they can go with the same flow from Erangel, Miramar into Sanhok as well, if they drop another 20 bomb in terms of elimination on Sanhok, I think that should be enough to drop the cutoff to about 13 points. 13 or 14.
13 or 14. I think I disagree. I completely disagree. 13 or 14, we're not seeing that cutoff. I think we are seeing somewhere at the very minimum around 16 to 17. I would stick to that.
We're going to ask Necro, or do we just by default take his cutoff in the middle of you and I? We keep his cutoff at 15?
I think around, he was kind of arguing around 20, I guess. I think
20.
He's going to still stick to that. But, you know, interesting things have been happening. And I have been kind of having a little bit of a heartbreak. So, Johnny, I don't know at this point what's going to happen for Team Zero.
Hey, no one does, but that is why we will watch the game of Sanhok and see and figure out what's going to happen. But before we jump into the action of the upcoming matches, ladies and gentlemen, we have exciting stuff lined up for you guys. This is one of them.
Make sure they know with the new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
What are you waiting for, ladies and gentlemen? Do go ahead and check out the new Royal Pass inside of BGMI. I heard you and Necro were also discussing what your loadouts are in the game.
you know what? Spiro just unlocked one of the X suits. Maisie got the helmet, and yeah, the best thing we can do is get a royal pass. So that is something that we do not need to rely in for luck. But I think certain teams do need some luck right now, especially when it's Sanhok. You know that's inevitable.
Exactly. It is time to keep our fingers crossed and pray for the best for the teams that you guys are supporting, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to jump into the game of Sanhok. But before that, we're going to have one last look at the teams that will be dropping into this third game for Group 3. Again, the storyline remains the same, the domination for Sincere Gaming. Will that continue? Are we going to see Team 0 pop off in this third and last game of theirs in round 1? And of course, what is up with Brutal Esports, I think, has to be one big question as well inside of this game of Sanhok. Will they make a comeback? Are we going to see them slip out of the qualification threshold maybe? Who knows what's going to happen? We can figure it all out, or at least try our level best to figure it out once we have the flight path in front of us, once we have the zone in front of us. But along with that, I'm going to need my co-commentator with me as well. And joining me back on the panel, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Necro once again. So Necro, after that game of Miramar, before we jump into the action of this third match, what are your expectations, and has your view on this lobby changed?
I mean, it definitely has changed, but I'm still expecting a lot from Team 0. Sincere is just dominating through the lobby. It's understandable. They're probably looking forward to pull off another performance just like Enigma did yesterday, but I'm expecting a lot more from Team 0. This is not something that I expected from that team.
That is very true. I mean, we expected Team 0 to pop off and sit at the top of the leaderboard. But it seems like they've run into a contender that no one was thinking about in the form of Sincere Gaming. And we always get excited whenever we get to see these new teams pop off in such a brilliant way inside of these games, especially during the early rounds of this tournament, because you see the story develop and see the teams evolve as they move to the later stages of the game. But there is one more team, in fact, a few more names we had expectations from but aren't really performing as of now. You talked about Team 0, but we also had expectations from the side of Brutal Esports. Fixes keeps bringing up the fact that even ACBC have taken a drastic drop in their performance.
ACBC are just not there inside of the race anymore at this point. I'm not able to spot them at all. Another team that we saw is Air. I mean, this team at the start of the day was not able to perform in the game of Miramar 2. They instantly got eliminated. Now it's the game of Sanhok, and Sanhok is one of the most zone-oriented maps. Whichever team's able to get a good spot inside of the zone, the high chance is probably that team's going to be the one to take the game as well.
That is extremely true. I mean, in the other maps in Erangel, we noticed players and teams actually use the edge of the circle and try and hold on to the compounds towards the edge, avoid conflict toward the center. But in Sanhok, it is the exact opposite, especially during the late stages. Entering the center of the circle, looking for the safe haven, it becomes extremely challenging. But then again, I mean, the biggest curveball that you can have on Sanhok is the circle taking you all the way towards that Camp Alpha Island. Are we expecting that today?
Well, I really want that to happen, though. I'm not going to lie. That's when the real panic starts to set inside of the lobby, right? Every single team that would just try to make it on top of that island as quick as possible, especially the hilltop, is something that's going to be the most contested. If you get your hands on the hilltop, if you are one of the king of the hills, it's all good in the hood for you. But if the other teams, they're not able to get the good spots, well, they're screwed. Because already there's going to be a lot of those edge campers just camping that island, making sure no one's going to be able to squeeze past through them. So it will be all done and dusted. That's when the real panic starts.
Of course, and there's always one classic Sanhok tradition as well, the boot camp or Paradise Resort drop clash. Is that going to happen? Another big question. And imagine if one of these top contenders actually gets taken out early on in the game. I mean, imagine Sincere Gaming being the first squad getting wiped out inside this match of Sanhok. It opens up the floodgates for everyone else.
I mean, once again, you mentioned about the boot camp drop location, but remember yesterday, we did not even see one of those.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like the teams, they've adapted by looking at the grind, and they know that boot camp is one of the hot spots, so they are not dropping over there. Instead, Paradise Resort now is going to be one of those, so maybe inside of Paradise Resort we can definitely see the drop location being set up for a lot of those teams. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sanhok's going to be on the board as the game boots up, and as the plane flat pad's going to be in front of us too soon enough. The plane flat pad starting all the way from Mongnai towards Camp Alpha, and this plane flat path is extremely to the northern side. Now, if the teams do want to stretch down south, it will be a hell of a stretch.
Yeah, it's going going to be quite a big stretch for them, but I think you can still quite easily glide towards, well, as far as Query, Kampong, Painan as well, Tambang, Nakam are easily accessible. Sanok is a small map. We are never really worried about the flight path in this game of in this map in particular. But what you were worried about, Necro, I think might have already happened. We see two teams take a drop towards Paradise Resort in the form of Charisma and Brutal, and since the flight path was quite close to that particular drop as well, it's all about hitting the floor, reaching the ground first, and along with that it seems like there's another drop clash happening. In fact, two more, one happening in boot camp and one happening in Camp Alpha itself. Wow.
Well, I'm loving to see this, and Lucius, they've already kicked things off on an aggressive note. You love to see it, right? For the players at DeVi, well, this is not a great start, that's for sure, because Dark Yota, they got the chicken dinner in the previous one, and now inside of this game, they've already lost down one of their players.
Alright, I recounted. There are 5 drop clashes in this map as of now.
Good for us.
Good for us, but I mean, we've also seen teams drop clash and avoid fights. I don't know what that is about. I mean, because normally when you hard drop upon a team's location, it is all about denying them points and finishing them off early, putting the pressure on the leaderboard itself for the opposition, but that hasn't been the case.
Yeah.
Zen X in bootcamp, they find themselves up against the side of Animate Esports, and neither one of these teams have been having a out of the game as of now.
Animate Esports and Zen Extreme. Now, this is a drop collision that's going to be extremely tough to avoid. It's the area of boot camp. You expect the drop collisions over here, and that's what's exactly happening. Incel, though, on the other side of things, they're already taking a dig against the enemy team. Air, once again, in a big world of trouble. Ducks knocked out and confirmed. Yeah, the revive's not going to be possible because the man's already vanished from the lobby. For Air, man, the woes keep on continuing. First game, bad game. Second game, bad as well. And now the third one also on the verge of becoming the same.
I think Air might be out of the competition already. Not enough points on the board. And even in this game, this is what I wanted to talk about. As you mentioned, the first man from the side of Air did fall to the players of Enso, but Apex, they were lurking nearby as well, and they show up for the third party. Well, they survive a one fight, they run into the next with not enough players, and this is going to be tough.
Indeed, it will be tough. 3 players of Air, every single player with each other, and that too, they're sharing the same compound with the foe. What am I even seeing in front of me at this point? Oh! Apex. The man's prone underneath and alone is able to get some nice shots connected, but the problem is another one of his teammates falls down. So Apex, once again, the advantage swings back in their hands. There's also Inso around the corner. You need to keep track of that too, so there's a chance another third party might just occur. But a nade in the hands of Alone, still waiting for the right moment to toss that nade in the front. A DBS up a close and personal against an M4. Of course, DBS stands the best chance. Unless if he misses that initial shot, then things can be a little bit different too. And there we go. Air kicked outside of the lobby already. It's going to be Apex to come out on top, but then there's a chance there can be a third party.
It's Sai OP who was actually able to gain the flank across the road, but we'll come back to that in a bit, ladies and gentlemen. As seemed like Animate Esports, they finally commit upon the players of Zen Extreme, and Zen Extreme, just 3 players inside of this game, only 1 man left standing, and that is Eraserhead. Will he be able to raise the opposition or no? That is the question we'll find the answer to in a few short moments. It's a 1v3 for this man. They've only been able to recover 1 point from this entire bootcamp fiasco, and he has no utility to outmaneuver the opposition as well. They know exactly where he's hiding. This is such a tough spot to be in. If you are this man, if you are this player, Eraserhead, all 3 players, if they push in tandem, he is going to be done and dusted.
Just feel the man's heart right now. And you can already tell it's beating fast. He's moving around, just wanting to get that first shot on the opponents, but it does not even happen. He instantly gets dealt with. Yeah, AE. Easily done. You cannot really blame a lot on him, too. I mean,
No,
he was the last
we can.
remaining player. He was the last remaining player.
He ran out the corner while he was mid-animation switching weapons.
Well, hold
Details.
on, though. Hold on. Talk about the details. Goat against one of the players from the side of Brutal. He does get the knockout. Yeah, there is a bit of a punch in the gut, but then there's another third party in the back lines. What is exactly going on? Too many teams right next to each other. Goat, they completely forgot about their opponents. And the man just went up close and personal, went for the complete third party. And then he gets third party himself. What am I watching?
I have no idea either, buddy. Even I'm confused. Like, do they not have the information of the players of HRZ? Did they think Brutal was down to their one man?
What am I watching?
Like, Goat, they are lost.
At this point,
Not focused.
At this point, I don't even know what am I watching. Goat, yeah, as you mentioned, they're not even focused. They're not inside of the game anymore. Their mindset is missing. And yeah, the same shots can be said even from Flexi, because even they were missing.
It was a free-for-all. Anyone who wanted those 4 points could have gotten them. It could have been Shinji, it could have been Brutal, it could have been HRZ. I think HRZ got like 2 points, Brutal got 1.
Now, if I'm not wrong, Goat had the winning position.
Yeah.
They should have been the one to come out on top in that fight because they were completely surrounded, the players of HR.
Yeah.
But then, one of the players from the side of the opponents, which is Goat, he decides to take a fight against the players of Sincere, and then he gets screwed himself from the back by the players of HR. And then later on, one of the players from the GOAT once again pushes inside of the compound without even clearing it out completely. And then he gets shot at in the back. That too, the man missed a lot of shots and he still had the chance to turn around and slap him in the face.
The most hilarious moment was that one player just looking out the window, enjoying the scenery, enjoying the
That's what I'm exactly talking about.
landscape of Sanok. He's just looking at the beauty of Sanok get shot in the back.
Yeah. He had enough chance, actually, to look back and try and do something, but he still did not. He was like, yeah, you know what? I'm done for anyways. Yeah, it's okay. We're anyways out of the game. Anyways out of the tournament, too, so might as well not try. Not stress myself out over this.
Yeah.
But yeah, jokes apart. Look at the center of the circle. It's a big splash of colors. That's where the main ruckus is happening right now. But look at the southern side, too, Johnny. There's also a big stack of teams over there.
I mean, especially towards the southwestern edge of the map, you have Apex, you have INSO, you have NV. All three teams looking to close in from the same position. First challenge, of course, will be to cross that river. It's not going to be easy as well if even two of them decide to fight it out right on the edge of the circle. You will have an opportunity to just gatekeep the other two teams inside of the blue, pick off those 3 points. And Apex, I mean, since they are the first one inside of the zone, they can be the ones leading the charge and leading the tempo of the fight ahead.
I mean, look at this replay, right? We're going to get back to that conversation. Joy Boy taking that fight against one of the players on the side of Sincere, then getting third-partied by HR, a team that they were trying to contest first off. And then one of the men from the side of GOAT, he just pushes inside of the compound. And then even Brutal was a part of the fight. What just happened? That's like 4 teams firing at each other, as you mentioned. It's a complete free-for-all.
And it wasn't even 4 teams. Look at the names that are there as well. Sincere, who have been dominating from the first game. Brutal, who have been consistently getting finishes in the first 2 matches. And even in this game, they look quite stable with how they're approaching those fights. You have Team Zero, a team with the most experience inside of this entire lobby. You have HRZ, who... Yeah, HRZ might not be the biggest threat inside of the lobby, but you have to give them props. Their position awareness is quite decent, and they have been performing not too shabby in the first 2 matches as well. Brutal was about to join the fray as well, and here come the lads of Charisma. So...
Don't go. Please don't go. Do not go there. It's a bear trap.
I was just about to say just go for it.
No. I mean, you're trying to take this fight. There's going to be a lot of commotion. There's so many teams surrounding them, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, a third party is definitely going to happen. But look at this. What are we seeing? Dolphins in the water.
Oh, yeah. INSO Dolphins. Well, finally they find their footing on the land. And INSO, again, this is an important game for them if they want to secure and guarantee that qualification with all the maths that Fixes was doing. As you said, the efforts this team was able to put inside of that first match would be enough to help them secure a spot for round 2, but it's always better to walk away with another chicken.
It indeed is. And speaking of INSO, they've only got 1 elimination point so far.
Yeah.
Doing decent on the position that they've got towards the southern side near a cave, but there's 2 more teams right next to them, which is Envy, which is Null Void, and there's another one to the right lines. At this point in time, no team is safe. If you talk about Dark Yoda, though, they are safe, but even technically they're not safe because the Wall of Death is doing that constant damage, so they would need at least enough amount of meds to keep on patching themselves up. Team 0 was in front of us. But hey, Johnny, I think so there's a fight about to erupt in front of us soon towards Cave.
Jahazi needs to be careful. It's been countless times you and I have seen players just take a tumble inside that cave, but it seems like Enso spotted out an RYL. Jahazi, with that high ground, will be able to relay a lot of information about the position of the opposition, and they kick things off quite brilliantly. The opening knock has been secured on the player crossing the road.
Still from the top. He's got that drone view. He's got the information too exactly where the players are positioned. But once again, Johnny, pushing up close and personal inside of this fight might just be a death invitation for yourself.
Oh, of course.
It's better to just keep the high ground advantage. But then for how long? Because you're also outside of the zone. You do not have a lot of time left over.
50 seconds. That's all that they have to figure out, how to wipe out the opposition and how to move forward. And of course, just a few moments ago, we saw Apex just right up ahead on that southern edge of the circle. So that's another fight that might be waiting for one of these teams, whoever ends up winning and whoever is looking to move forward inside of this game. In the meanwhile, Enso with the reset, back again with 4 players.
But the same thing also can be said for RYL. Nade being tossed. No connections found just yet. Just feels like the players of Enso are trying to bait out a couple of utilities from the opponents. The smokes they've been tossing, it did bait out a little bit of the bullets and also some utilities. But look at this, Null Void being a part of the fight too now from the back. Yeah, too much shots being taken, too many utilities being utilized. It's causing that ruckus, it's causing that attention grabbing. And you can clearly see for Null Void, they now know exactly what to do and how long to wait to take a part inside of this fight. You can see them trying to move inside of the zone, so they're probably going to be the gatekeepers of that breaching point.
And that can be a brilliant game plan as of now, considering both these two teams have already been going at it against each other for a good 30 seconds. More than 30 seconds, in fact, and they have utilized a lot of utility in this particular scenario already. Not a lot of nades remaining on both the teams, not a lot of smokes available on both the teams, and it will result in a big challenge once they eventually try to breach into the late game circles. But now finally I think RYL, they have had enough of it, and they go for a push against the players of Finn. So you have Sparrow and Jahazi leading the charge, but both of them make big blunders. Sparrow swinging out in the open, gets knocked out, and Jahazi gets taken out while trying to jump into a compound that was already occupied, and then Fade Acid just burns the opposition on top of that hill. Enso, what was that? And a bigger question is, what a big blunder from the opposing side.
Jahazi is the man to blame for this entire loss.
I would say Sparrow.
Both the players behind the house, they decided to double swing the man who was in the front. But then Jahazi instantly backed away. So he was left all by himself just swinging that player. And when he himself tried to back away, he got caught.
I mean, we're going to need comms, player comms, to figure out who was in the wrong over there.
It was definitely Jahazi, in my opinion. From what I can see, it was definitely Jahazi to blame all for that. But for now, as I mentioned, Null Void doing the same exact thing, being the guardian angels of that breaching point and stopping the players from breaching inside of the zone. These are some of the free elimination points the players of Null Void really are looking forward to take.
And one of the players from the Enso side has already pushed inside the circle, and that can be a problem for the players of Null Void. But Elias in the back lines, can he stop Hybrid? He's taking damage from the blue as well, goes for the peak, gets knocked out. And now this fight is kind of still in a manageable 2 versus 3 situation. You have Thor and Elias still standing. And Enso They've just gotten one of their players knocked out. 3 men still standing in the back lines. Pharaoh leading the charge as of now.
And no void. I mean, considering one of the men is quite low, you can see both the players trying to take things as slow and cautious as possible. I'm not sure what that Molotov was. He throws it in his own sightlines. So they're also getting shot at from somewhere else. And if I'm not wrong, one of the men's actually knocked out.
Yeah.
Revive, I'm not sure if it's possible, but they've already got that. So yeah, it's all good. Back up on all the 4 players, but one man's already sneaked in towards the left. Pharaoh, there's a chance he can be caught, but luckily enough, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight, and they overwhelm the opponents. No void, kicked out of the game.
As long as it was a 3v2, it was doable for the side of Null Void, but as soon as they got Hybrid back into the game, they knew that they were going to dominate this fight. They have 7 points on the board already. They're going to look for a few more, but now is when the real problems in the game begin for them. Necro, you and I, we were discussing at the start of the match as well. Getting towards the center early is the only way you can survive in this map. And Inso will be the last team to breach the circle. Look at that. The southern edge is already cluttered up with a lot of bodies, a lot of teams waiting for them. The only position that is empty as of now is that western edge. Have a few compounds available there as well. But there's a very high probability that the players of Animate Esports are going to move south and take control of those buildings.
I mean, Animate Esports is a whole nother story. They're not a big threat inside of the lobby. Even in the previous game in Miramar, if I'm not wrong, they had a really good position towards creative fields. And they still somehow messed up, so I'm not going to say they're a big threat inside of the lobby. It's all good. But I still want to go back to the conversation of RYL, okay?
All right.
Jahazi is the man to blame. I'm going to say it right now. You go back and look at the replay. He backed away from that push.
We don't know who made the call to go for a push.
It doesn't matter. If a call's are made, you commit to it. You do not just back away in the midst of it. And that's what exactly happened. He just backed away. He left his teammate all by himself. And when his teammate tried to back away, his backs was against the enemies.
It's a difference of opinion that you and I have right now. And I think we will have to analyze that fight very in-depth in order to figure out who was in the wrong over there.
I would love to see the replay of that. You know what?
Me too.
I would love to see the replay of that. Before now, HR Fishy from the top just raining down death and destruction. What a shot that was! He peeks out for a glimmer, and he instantly gets knocked out. All the shots connecting to the head, and Willow going for the revive. He will be able to get the fallen player back up, so no issues. But even the Wall of Death is doing a lot of damage. But he's also got a lot of first aids, Johnny.
Yeah.
8 first aids in the bag. So I think it's all okay for that team for now. But the next circle shift's also going to be in front of us, and it's going to be out in the open. Only 2 compounds up for grabs. And which team is going to make the race for those compounds?
I don't think those are compounds at all. I think they might be small shacks.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Only 2 shacks left over.
Oh man, it's only enough for a single player in each as well. So that is definitely going to be a big challenge for these teams. But, Necro, that also means that we are going to see a lot of big fights happen in the next few moments. One of them definitely is going to be towards that southeastern cluster where we have Team Zero, Apex, and the players of Enso moving in. And, of course, that eastern edge as well, where we have Sincere Gaming and HRZ colliding again after Miramar on Sanhok.
Why is Team Zero playing so slow?
Desperate for survival.
I understand, but still, they should believe in themselves. They should have that confidence, knowing that, yes, we can do it. They've got the firepower. They do pack a punch. Before now, talk about packing a punch. You talk about Team Zero, and they instantly wipe out the entirety of Apex. This is what I'm talking about, Johnny. This is what I want to see from Team Zero.
You are the ones questioning them, not me.
So, I mean, they answered instantly, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Your calls were heard, Necro.
Yeah.
Are you happy now? They have 3 points.
I'm a happy man, and they also get a really good positioning inside of the zone. They got that one single shack that was left over. But Brutal from the top, even they're taking a lot of damage upon themselves. Psycho 7, he was completely knocked out and confirmed. But then Brutal is also getting approached by someone else from right in the left lines, which is going to be Team HR. Brutal, they need to watch out their back lines. They're trying to reposition. They're trying to maneuver around.
Oh,
but
no!
Instantly, they're getting pushed up. The man avoids that buggy at the last moment. But Ash is getting pushed up. I'm not sure what Ash is doing. He saw that buggy approach from the same direction, but he instead went for the reload over there.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. HRZ, a quick wipeout for the side of Brutal over there. Absolutely brutal. Why would you swing back behind the rock when you saw two bodies?
Same question I'm wondering, Johnny.
I think it might be due to the pressure from AE, maybe.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. And as you mentioned, the third party was bound to happen. There was no denying it.
Oh my god, look at the amount of shots now that are being taken against the players of HR. HR are taking too much damage. And now Flexi's left all the way out in the open. That too, the wall of death has already gotten up to him. And Flexi falls down. HR down to that one last glimmer of hope of life. But once again, soon enough, even that's going to fade away because at this point in time, the wall of death is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Next to impossible to sustain that damage. AE, even they finally try to make it inside of the zone, but it's only Robin who was there. But even he gets dealt with. There's 2 teams in total outside of the zone going for the med strat.
I think, again, a split call being made by a lot of these teams to go for a heal battle or to go for a fight. They're forced into a fight at awkward times and they end up losing players. Look at Zach, he's out of first stage and he was left in the blue from the side of Animate Esports. Now he's desperately moving forward, but he gets spotted out with the players of Team Zero. They secure that extra point for free. No stress at all. And even HRZ end up getting eliminated from this match. We're down to the top 2 teams, 7 players still alive in this game. And while the side of Lucius, they might have the man advantage to work with, it seems like Team Zero are the first ones to gain access to the circle. With Addy leading the charge, he's almost secured the opening knock. And there it is. Pain hits the floor and the fight is down to a 3v3.
Lucius, man's knocked out, on the verge of getting confirmed. And Lucius with the 3 remaining players now. At least you can't say that things are now back down to the neutral grounds. Both the teams having 3 players left over, and the circle's in the center in no man's land. Actually, there's one of the players on the side of Team Zero inside of the zone. And soon enough, the players of Lucius, they're going to be forced because of the wall of death. And that's what they're doing, trying to make it inside of the zone slowly and steadily. They're being shifted outside of their comfort zone. And as soon as they leave the comfort zone, they're dropping dead like flies.
Too greedy to go after Daksh, and Rabido hits the floor. Last 2 players left, and even Addy, he knows where the opposition is. Spots out both of them. No utility left, no throwables available on this man. So he needs to be a little bit careful, but Lennox falls, and I think that pretty much does it. Just one last man left from the opposition, and even he's going to fall down. And finally, Necro, you've been praying for it for the last 2 games, but it is in the map of Sanhok where they finally do it. Team Zero with an incredible winner-winner chicken dinner.
I knew it. If you would have asked me for my prediction, I would have said Team Zero in this game of Sanhok.
Really?
And they finally got that chicken dinner. Yes, I'm not even kidding. When I was actually sitting in the back, and I remembered Team Xbox old and glorious days, and they were actually really good on the map of Sanhok too. So I was like, you know what? Considering Scout is over here leading the pack, probably Sanhok's going to be the one where they get the piece.
Of course. I mean, but you have to say it was an awkward win as well for them.
It was.
And it was quite an awkward game for a lot of these teams. HRZ, I want to talk about them for a minute. We saw what they did to the side of Brutal, and then Fishy just runs straight to the center of the circle. That did not work out quite nicely for them. He runs into the crosshairs of LCS. I think it was Lucius who ended up securing that finish, and from there on out, HRZ just fell down like dominoes.
I mean, did they have any other choice too?
They
That's
did.
the question. For HRZ, yeah, maybe you can't say things could have been played a little bit differently, considering they tunnel visioned on that fight a little bit too much, in my opinion. Instead, they should have also focused on positioning themselves a little bit more better.
Yeah.
But considering it was also the open grounds, there was not a lot of cover available. There were those individual rocks here and there, but still, it's about leaving the comfort zone because the wall of death is actually pushing up from the back, and that's when the real panic and the real discomfort starts.
Also, I feel, Team Zero things could have backfired upon them when Daksh went for that cover behind the rock. It was risky. A focus fire from the players of Lucius could have resulted in Daksh getting knocked out, and then Lucius would have again gained the man advantage. And I think the difference maker in that final 5 would have been utility on both of these teams. We saw Zero run out of throwables in front of her eyes, and I believe Lucius had a little bit more in the bag, but then again they were put under immense pressure by the blue zone engulfing them. Their HP bars were being chipped away and they were forced to step out in the open. And Team Zero, the game plan was perfect. Just be patient, wait, and the opposition will get too eager and make a mistake.
I mean, for Team Zero, as soon as they got that shack control, that's when I knew, okay, now Team Zero is actually doing really good. They're balling inside of this game. And as soon as they got the shack control, they knew they're also somewhere down line controlling some sort of a tempo inside of the game. And they just knew how to play exactly from then on. Because Scout was still alive, so you know the Ideal's alive. He's probably going to be the one to make the main calls. Addy pushed up to the rock. He knew exactly where the opponent was, and he pretty much just got that last elimination point scooped up. But now, going back towards Caves and talking about that RYL fight, okay? I still genuinely think it was Jazzy's fault. We did not really see the replay, but I'm pretty sure anyone who will be looking at that replay will know it's his fault.
We don't know who made the call for the push. Or if they... Alright, what if there was no call for a push and Sparrow just went for a peek?
But they both swung at the same time. That's what
sometimes you see your teammate do something and you just follow up.
But then why would you back away?
Because you come to your senses the next second.
It's not... Honestly speaking, if they would have pushed together, it would have worked out. They would have got that elimination point easily. The conversion would have been there. Even if one of the players gets knocked out, at least they got the trade. And an instant flush would have been there.
So the reason I don't know if they would have actually gotten the trade is because there was a third man inside of that shack who had that window still available to him. As soon as Jahazi tried to leap indoors, he was eventually finished off by the same player. The setup from the opposing side was actually too strong to break, and I don't even know what RYL could have done to bring themselves back into that fight, to be honest, because it was also a 3v4. They were also at a man disadvantage. You have to think about it.
It was a 3v4, but they had the high ground advantage and they gave it away.
They threw it.
Yeah, they pretty much just threw it away. And then we also saw the players in Null Void wanting to take the advantage this entire commotion that was going on. They positioned themselves in a really good spot, but they still somehow messed up, where they were at the high ground once again and they were seeing the players of the opponent pretty much just trying to get back up on the hilltop, where they had the most amount of advantage. Null Void, they messed up, and they were not able to get the conversions at all. But you know what, Johnny? Enough talks about the teams. Enough talks about everything else. Who do you think is going to be that MVP of the game?
Oh, it's going to be difficult, but I think it has to be someone from the side of HRZ.
You think so?
Yeah, they did quite decent for themselves inside of this game. I think they were able to secure a lot of finishes, but I don't know if it was all from... Majority of it was from one player or it was split evenly between the entirety of the team. Another team that might actually have a big opportunity for the MVP from their side, well, it's not even going to matter. It is from HR Esports. It's Fishy with 7 eliminations, which contributes to 50% for the team and map impact of 12%. So 14 eliminations for the team along with the top 3 finish. I would say it's overall a very decent performance.
50%, yeah, 50% finish contribution. As you mentioned, it's a really good performance from HR. One thing is for sure, they have probably made it. And as I mentioned, all you need is an average of 7 points per game. And with this performance, there's a chance they might cross that average too. But let's move on forward towards the top 5 performers of the previous game. We might see someone from the side of Team Zero over here. Yes, it's going to be there. Scout with 45% finish contribution with 5 finishes wrapped up. We're also going to see Crazy from the side of AE with 4 finishes wrapped up. And now, as I mentioned, A is not really going to be that big of a threat inside the lobby, but this time they had a decent game, but I'm not sure if they've made the cut. We need to look at the points table.
Yeah, of course, we need to look at the points table to see where they stand, because I think, alright, before the game began, we were discussing if Team Zero would be able to pull off enough to qualify. I think with these 9 points alone, they've made it to round 2 already in terms of they will be in the top 7 of this group. In fact, they're the first ones in terms of points. They are rank 1 in this match itself. 21 points, 11 eliminations on the board. That is just phenomenal. HR Esports as well, 14 eliminations, 18 points secured. Amazing run for them as well. Animate Esports with 12. I think they should be able to push through to the next stage. Lucius Esports, I'm worried about. Alright, Insta, they have 8 points. I'm not worried about them considering they did secure the win in the first match as well. Apex Esports with 7 and all 4 finishes. That was impressive, of course. Brutal Esports with 6 points. Brutal Esports, they've kept the average going, Necro.
Okay.
They've been sticking to the average. They haven't had big games, but they've kept themselves around 5 to 6 points every single game.
But it's all about the sustainability, though. I mean, even if they do move on forward towards the round 2, the competition is just going to get even tougher.
That is true.
So if Brutal Esports is barely qualifying in the round 1 itself, then I'm not sure how it's going to look like inside the round 2. But hey, it's still something that you can take as a reality check and try and improve on.
Also, on the second page, Necro, we see one of our favorite teams. We witnessed a great moment from them, Goat Esports. Let's talk about that fight. Yeah.
Goated moment.
It was kind of awkward. They were surrounded from every single direction, and then you see all individuals fall to different teams.
Yeah, I mean, even Sincere was one of the action snatchers, you can't say, over there. Even they got one of the elimination point converted. Then also HR was over there. So Go to Esports in general, they were just in a big sandwich, and even Brutal was over there.
I think that fight was where HR started to kick things off. I think that gave them the confidence boost of just setting things up and letting the opposition step into your trap. They were able to rack up a lot of points, and from there they were able to move towards the ending stage of the game. But third match is over when we all know what that means. We have to look at the rankings of these teams and see where they finish.
Overall standings is something that's going to matter a lot. Top 7's the way to go, Johnny, my friend.
Yes.
And you think, have these teams made it inside of the top 7? Well, there we go. Brutal Esports barely making the cut. Animated Esports 2 with 16 points. 16 points. What's the cut over here?
Yeah. Fixes wins, man.
And look at all the other points, though. Brutal with 21. The 7th spot is barely squeezed up by 16th, and then after that, it's 20 directly. So that's a big leap right there.
Yeah, it is a big leap, and this is, I think, one of the most competitive top 5s we have had in the first 2 days of this tournament.
6.
Top 6, in fact. Yeah, Brutal Esports as well with 21 points. Dark Yoda with 27, and it's all about those finishes. Look at that, 37 eliminations on Sincere Gaming, Team 0 with 20, HR Esports with 20, Inso with 16, Dark Yoda with 17 finishes, Brutal with 14, Animate, they barely squeeze themselves in, as you mentioned, with 10 finishes in this stage, in this round 1.
ACBC disqualified. You've also got Null Void taken out of the game.
Yeah.
In general, there's a lot of teams that have been kicked out from this group. Air Officials with 0 points in all the 3 games. What are your thoughts about that?
I don't know. I mean, when we started the day, first game, going into the first game, we had a lot of expectations from Aero Official before the game began. We were like, all right, maybe we're going to see this team. Well, we were observing the team. We were expecting, all right, maybe positional play is what they're going for. We're not really seeing them in that action. But then all of a sudden, blink it, and they're wiped out. Same thing happened in the next game. Same thing happened in the map of Sanok as well. And I think by the time we reached Sanok, we knew it is going to be a tough challenge for them to secure a big win in this one game. So it was all or nothing moment. Too much pressure for a new set of players to deal with.
I mean, in Erangel, it was a whole other story, right? Where the players are just out in the blue. And they were taking too much damage. They did not even have the meds to sustain that damage. And slowly and steadily, one by one, the players kept on dropping down. And they just could not really do a lot. That stalemate that we saw in that fight between the players of AE and Air, it was one of the worst stalemates that I've seen so far. But this is something that they should take as a learning curve. Because AE, they have moved on forward. So they should learn from that stance. And
AE were able to do that only because they stepped on that aggressive front. They started pushing themselves to take those fights right off the bat on Miramar. Had they not done that, we would have seen AE also take a dip and be outside this tournament right now.
Wow, I mean, they barely qualified too, right? Right on the 7th spot too. But ladies and gentlemen, enough talks about the game. We need to talk about something that's lined up for you guys by Craft in India. Let's move on forward and look at this promo.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
Man, even that X-Suit looks really good. Now, I even want that, but I'm pretty sure my luck is not something that's going to support it.
You want everything that's introduced in the game, right?
I mean, it just looks that good. Can you really blame me for that?
Nah, not really.
That Luminous Moose X-Suit looks incredible.
I asked Fixes this question. I want to ask you, what's your muse, Necro?
Well, he can't say BGMI.
Yeah, you can. It's
Yeah.
the same for me. Fixes did not have an answer for some reason. I will never understand why. But I think let's talk about our news. We have more matches lined up for us, and the groups are changing now.
Exactly. We're going to be seeing a change inside the group, too, where we have a lot more known teams this time returning back. Big Brothers Esports is going to be there. RVNC is going to be there. Rising Falcons, a returning name from the grind. And now the expectations are going to be a lot from the retaining names, that's for sure. Because RVNC, they struggled a lot. Big Brother Esports, I'm not sure what's going on. In 2023, this team was the grand finalist. And they were also the second finishers in the grand finals. And still, after all of that, Big Brother Esports, they struggled in 2024. The big dip in the performance is clearly visible, but all the same players, they have been playing with each other, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with this team. Maybe they just need a little bit of more time to get used to the lobby, get used to the tempo, because one thing is for sure, as the days keep on passing by, the intensity is rising up, and we'll talk about things rising up and the intensity and the heat rising up. I've got another hot man joining next to me. Fix is looking pretty good once again, man.
You know, it's not just me. It's the heat waves outside.
Oh yeah,
that have
that's
just
true.
been
He's got a
making
point.
things worse for us. But yeah, great to be back once again. But can we say the same for Big Brothers Esports, especially, you know, when you give them that tag, the find of BGIS 2023 and the fallout after that. Could really not anticipate what was going on. They went through a couple of roster changes. They got in Kyoya, did not work out. They got in a few other players, that did not work out. And finally, they've decided to stick with worked out in the previous official tournament. And yeah, high hopes from them. Fell off in the grind as well, but this time surely should make it to round 2.
And Big Brother Esports is one of those teams where our expectations are always going to be at the top from them. But as you mentioned, after 2023, there has been a dip in the performance. We're not really seeing any of the improvements. And all the players who talk about Uzumaki, who talk about Sarvit, these guys have been playing with each other. The playing for has been the same from the start. So what exactly is changing that's really making them struggle? That's my question.
I think the only thing is maybe something internal. We do not know, because right after BGIS we could see those roster shuffles, and even in the BMPS, you remember, right? Kyoya came into the picture. They could not even make it to the land. Heck, the land, they could not even make it to the further stages, right? They were kind of eliminated pretty early on, which was not a good sign. But finally, I think whatever happened has been resorted. They've gotten back to their old playing for, and the major changes that I've witnessed with Big Brothers is their style of approach. If you remember BGIS 2023 in the grand finals, this was one of those teams that took on Team Blind head on, one of the most aggressive teams, and still managed to win that. But right after, you could see them kind of having that defensive approach, which was always going up against them.
You can't maybe say the confidence issues, but how can you even say that there's the confidence issues when you've literally finished second in one of the biggest tournaments that this country has to offer? But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of question marks, and I'm pretty sure all those question marks will be erased once we step inside of this Erangel game. So here we go. The plane's going to hit the sky once again, as the plane flap hat's going to be starting all the way from hospital towards Kamishki.
Alright, so today we have witnessed a couple of different circle iterations. Now, this time, the previous one was somewhere around the shelter area, and a little bit of a similar flight path trajectory. So kind of anticipating once more as well. I don't know, but if we get something around the southern island, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But now, carrying on the conversation with Big Brothers Esports, lately we've been seeing they've always been contested at their drop spot, especially when you talk about Erangel, has to be apartments, and they've had such a tough time defending it. So I think objective number 1 will be somehow to get your loot, then get inside the center of the circle, and then win the game.
Pretty much take a pit stop in between, get your hands on the basic loot, then try to get your hands on the vehicle, and then move inside of the zone. And that's something that I've been saying to these teams as well, right? Because if the plane fly path is on the extremities, you've got no other option. There's just no other way to play. But if then, even on the pit stop, there's a little bit of a drop clash, then that's where things really do get exciting. Because at that point in time, it's all about who gets his hands on the guns first.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the entire idea about dropping down at school in apartments for Big Brothers Esports has always been about to secure those buggies that is quite abundant around that school apartment area. So I think that's the idea. Like you said, right? You need to get down quickly. It's all about the timings of your rotation and get your pit stops. I call it the first rotation. Get to the center of the circle and defend it with all your might. And that sort of also has been one of the Achilles' heels, because for Big Brothers, you could clearly see those miscoms happening and they've been messing it around. But you know, this group is just not about Big Brothers. We have certain few other big names as well. And I think Rising Falcons is one of those teams that we really need to talk about right now.
Yeah, and Rising... Oh, hold on, okay? The zone just completely astonished me, and we're going to see a military-based circle. Yeah. The planned flat path was up north, and the zone's going to form completely down south. You know what fixes? I'm loving it already. And now, yeah, going back to the Rising Falcons conversation. Rising Falcons, man, with the way they have been performing in 2023 and 2024, I can clearly say one thing, and that is that I am slowly and steadily losing my trust on this team, because Rising Falcons, yes, it is quite a decent banner, it is quite a known banner, but unfortunately the performance isn't like that anymore.
I think the problem with Rising Falcons has always been about knowing when to apply those breaks. You've got the likes of UV he's an exceptionally good player. But along with Rising Falcons, this is again one of those returning teams. Team RVNC. We've talked about Sultan, Whitey, Ansh, Zero and Cyan. Now, talking about the position just around the quarry area. And that region is completely stacked up, Necro, don't you think? You've got not just one, but I think at least 4 or 5 teams. And everybody needs to make a way inside the circle. Now, bear in mind that the entire Sosnovka military base, that's submerged. And, yeah, anticipating the zone might go towards the southern side, as one of the players of TH already having been dealt with.
I mean, he's still knocked out. The revive can be possible. I mean, you can see one team who's already moved down south. They're trying to be proactive. But RVNC, are they really going to make this push happen in this fight? Yeah, the answer is no. I don't think so.
I think they are.
But they actually are. Bunch of psychopaths, right?
Oh, yeah.
Maniacs. Looking forward to take this fight. And I guess RVNC, they have got that confidence too, considering they know they've played inside of the grind. And they pretty much know that they should be a little bit better than the teams that are currently playing inside of round 1, considering the teams do lack that confidence and also that understanding. And RVNC, they should be a little bit unparalleled to this team. And that's why you can see them pushing up. But the opponents, they've already taken an exit from this compound. There's still one man left behind, though. And there's a chance he can be caught. But somewhere down line, I don't think Zero is going to be having any clue that there's a man up close and personal. But RVNC, they can actually catch him, too. There's 2 ways to look at it.
You know, for the Highness, the remainder have left the pack. Sovereign, Fentu, left alone for himself. Inside, or rather outside that compound. RVNC, however, have no clue. But they have that inkling in their head. That seed has been implanted in their brain. They know that somebody's there. And Sovereign finally gives his position away. Loses his temper. And now he's just a dead man walking. And there you have it. Sultan Whitey getting the knock. But you know, I really feel like RVNC, I like this kind of aggression coming in from their side. But Necro, imagine, we just mentioned, there were so many teams around. And if somebody wanted to maybe third party, you remember in the first game of Erangel, right?
Yep.
Air Officials and Animate Esports going up against each other, and Go decided to just step in. However, it was a different storyline altogether. But I think for now, all these teams trying to focus on their loot, and they need to rotate ASAP.
We've got Farakesto. Even this team's on a move. And yeah, mentioning about the third parties, I was about to say the same thing too. But luckily enough for the players of RVNC, that did not really come through. So it's all good. You can't see a lot of teams instantly trying to set their foot inside of the military island, but I want to see a curveball shift up north. Imagine if that happens. Everyone who's down south, everyone who try to be smart, will be screwed up.
For sure. And we've seen that happen once in Grind, haven't we? Dead or alive, getting the chicken dinner out of that one. Revenant getting the second. And that was preposterous, but look at this. We've got the 7 Musketeers taking against Farakesto Esports, as they've had no trouble crossing through the bridge. This was an interesting rotation coming in from their side. But for the lads of 7 Musketeers, they want to push it through. They need to find some concrete cover, as Farakesto, they decide, you know, taking that high ground advantage, would suit their style of play, but alone with that VSS, I think it's been ages since we've seen this weapon in play.
Yeah, I'm not sure what alone is doing. It's not going to work out though, my friend. There's a reason why that gun's not in the meta. But I mean, even if you're that good enough, if you think that you can make it work, then I would love to see that. There's a chance you might just put on a show for us.
I mean, with VSS, I think there was a certain point where it was actually considered. Are we one of those players who used to use it to perfection? But yeah, it has fallen off.
You can't say it does a lot of damage.
But the stealth.
Yeah, it's about the bullet drop as well on that gun, right? That's a little bit problematic. But yeah, for now, I mean, looking at the military island, there's a lot of teams already you've stacked up.
Mm-hmm.
But what's surprising to me is that no one's really going for the bridge camp. You can't see Team Etch as well.
Yeah.
Just moving down south with the boats. Interesting. They've got their hands actually on 3 boats, if I'm not wrong. That is also quite interesting. Probably they have taken all the boats over, so all the other teams, if they're looking forward to rotate the same way, they're going to be screwed. But luckily enough, for all the other teams, the bridge lines are not being capped just yet. So the bridges are open. We know that, but the teams don't. So they will always be paranoid around the bridges.
And I think this is smart coming in from teams not really opting to go for a bridge camp. Because again, this is one of those lobbies that you're not aware of where the other person might be. You do not have those constant factors, right? It's all variables. Now imagine you're bridge camping and suddenly you get backstabbed. And then you're kind of trying to get away from there and somebody else is waiting for you. And in that case, it was 7 musketeers.
But then that's when you really need to have a split. 2 players on the bridge, 2 players back on the hilltop. We have seen that split happen too. Revenant does that when they're going for the bridge camp. So, I mean, there's ways to play it. And once again, in that split, coordination is something that matters the most, and including the communication. Before now, RF, which is Rising Falcons, taking a lot of shots against the foes in the front. Farakesto, all the 4 players, are they in the same vehicle? No, 2 players in 1 vehicle, which is almost on the verge of blowing up, and he actually sends it all the way at the bottom.
Imagine had this exploded there. They would have just been blown into smithereens. But again, coming back to what you were just talking about, Revenant, right? They're a whole different ball game altogether.
Yeah, that's why I said, right? You need the team synergy and the communication.
You definitely need that. And even for Revenant, they would think twice before trying to execute something like this when the stakes are so high. Because they kind of did that in Grind. They knew that, yeah, they had a slight idea of how the lobby plays. That was not a big of an issue. But in round 1, especially when you're an underdog, that pressure is just too surmounting for you to try and execute something like that. But this time, surely, Necro, the circle has to come down, right?
I mean, it is forming towards the No Rapnoi Bridge. Interesting. And probably, in my opinion, 7 Musketeers are in the best spot possible. They're going to have the prime spot being controlled by themselves, but there's also the open grounds around them. And you never know if there's going to be one of those psycho teams who will just try to rotate from the water lines and just straight up be the Sharks. And as soon as those Sharks get their feet on the ground, they will start to devour you. Big Brother Esports going for that late game rotation once again. In my opinion, the teams that try to take the late game rotation should be the one to assert the domination as well. If you're one of those passive teams and if you're going for the late game rotation, it's not going to work out.
For Big Brothers, they certainly have the caliber. We've seen them in the past, they kind of, tend to rotate a little bit late. But like you said, right, 7 Musketeers, they have a beautiful spread working along for them. But suddenly Team SP in a whole world of trouble, scouring through the land, somehow dodging and weaving from those bullets. Nothing seems to connect as alone. He's going to feel gutted about it. And what's even more surprising is he's opted for a very, very weird loadout. Still holding on to the VSS.
7 Musketeers, Acid. The player in the front, super low. I mean, look at this rotation the man's trying to make. ME77K. is going all the way in the back lines, trying to wrap that one single man, isolate this man from his teammates, which I completely understand. And getting back to the conversation about the VSS, yeah, I'm not sure what he's really trying to pull off, but a big mess up from the side of 7 Musketeers as the man was rotating with the vehicle. Unfortunately, he rotates in the one single line, and that's when the spray was the easiest to deliver. And he instantly hands out the knockout blow to the opponent. Ace P, yes, the man is stuck over there inside of that little tower, but a nade being tossed from the side of 7 Musketeer. It finds a knockout on one of the players, and now Ace P in a big world of trouble. These players of Half Alive Esports, they can probably feel the pressure surmounting on top of them slowly and steadily as the players of 7 Musketeers, they're eating him one by one. But even the players of Half Alive Esports, even they're doing a fantastic job in dealing the damage against him.
Now for Skype, did put up a show there, but for now, even for the 7 Musketeers, they've taken their losses and losing out on their Danger Man Brawly. Now the idea from 7 Musketeers was kind of understandable, right? Bait your teammate out in the open, somebody from the backline needs to provide that cover fire. But the execution, there were those miscommunications, and hence the fall. As now, for the players of Skype, you've got Ion. Still just hunker down to that position around that mushroom tower with Sarkar having a little bit of an angle. I really feel like 7 Musketeers, they had such a good control in this game and getting a little ahead of themselves. They're just blowing it up.
They messed up. They wanted to reposition inside of the fight, but at the same time they forgot that you need to take some precautions while repositioning. And they repositioned in a really unorthodox way. And that's why they instantly got caught. And look at this now. Skypea, they're taking damage. And yeah, with that nade, another knock's going to be there. SP taken down to that one last man alive, which is going to be Sarkar all the way in the back lines. And even his position's compromised. But for 7 Musketeers losing out on 2 players, yeah, it was not worth it at all. They had the advantage inside of the fight. They made sure those players from SP were just trapped in that tower. But still, yeah, the conversion wasn't clean enough. It wasn't flawless. Sarkar on the back lines now, just trying to spam shots inside of the smoke, hoping to find some hit markers, but I don't think so that's going to be possible. With just a red dot on the M4, it will be next to impossible to see that far away and convert any of the shots that he will be taking.
It was not just about the fight, Necro. It's such a beautiful position. The entire southern ground to themselves. And they just decide to throw it away. Surely a third finish is there on the board. We'll have no other issues as such. But again, look at this. This is something that really makes me question what 7 Musketeers are up to. They've been just constantly moving in here and there, trying to form different angles. But they need to understand, it's just not Team Skype they have to deal with. There's so many other forces. You've still got all teams alive. Still got 58 players remaining inside the lobby. And you cannot afford to do that. And now, look at him. Me77K just giving out his position. Trying to flush out Sarkar, maybe.
Maybe. That word is still quite big.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we saw the next circle shift. It's actually going to shift up north. Oh my god, what is going on, Fixes? This is crazy! Every single team down south who had a lot of hopes of winning the game, they're going to be screwed up so massively. Oh, I'm seeing some deja vus. But yeah, for now, Ace P, they really need to deal with this fight. That's currently in the front. And Sarkar, I mean, he's already found the neutralizer. But can he really shut down the last man too and put him in this grave? Sarkar has got a shotgun in his hands. He sort of got the advantage of closing person already with that shotgun. He also tried to blow the vehicle up, but Sarkar just waiting for that one single glimmer. He finds the death blow and hands it over to the players of 7 Musketeers as they pack their bags and go back to the lobby.
Absolutely deleted. 7 Musketeers. They had to be punished for all that greediness. As Sarkar shows them who's the ruler. Who's the daddy there, as now the circle shifting up top. Again, those deja vu, but in a rather opposite manner, Necro.
Yeah.
The last time it went down south, this time Big Brothers having such a prime real estate over here as RVNC We know this is one of those teams that loves to go up close and personal. But they also realize the gravity of the situation. They also decide to get the hell out of there, scurry their ways inside the circle.
I've seen the same circle in the past. And usually it ends up somewhere near the compounds of farms. There's that one single individual compound. That's where it ended towards the last time when I saw it. But yeah, I mean, look at the amount of teams that are trying to rotate in from the bridge alliance, right? From the Fairpier Bridge, there's so many teams trying to move in towards Norupnoy Bridge. Already that bridge is being camped by the players of HL. So, yeah, it's going to be really tough. Rising Falcons, all the 4 players are up and alive, but they still need to deal with a couple of foes that are there in the front, because they do not know if the surrounding grounds are clear or not. Every single team has been screwed. And all the decisions that they try to make, all the moves that they try to make early inside of the game, they have been thrown off.
Yeah, the only team that's going to have that glee smile on their face has to be Big Brothers Esports. Especially the position they're holding, dead smack center. And can say the same for even SG, right? Sultan Gaming. One of those teams just hunkered around the farm region. For RVNC, clearly they've shown signs of taking those fights, but just when we say that Big Brothers did have a sweet spot to themselves, Seth, one of their danger mans, one of their hitmen, already being dealt with. Koservit, he's going to try and trigger that revive up. It's going to be so difficult, considering he's taken quite some hefty amount of damage.
Indeed is. I mean, look at the players of MON. 0 finishes wrapped up so far. No points, you can't pretty much say. And with how things might look like in the future, I'm not sure for how long they can be able to sustain that spot. There's going to be a lot of teams surrounding them, that's for sure. And look at Big Brothers Esports. Seth was knocked out. Revive's going to be there. No issues. All good for now. And even Big Brother Esports, if you look at the spot, they're in quite a good spot. Ace P, though, Sarkar, the only man left alive. And for this man's possibility of surviving, it goes down even more.
But still, credit where credit is due. Left to fend for himself, did manage to clutch it out. Certainly breathes a huge sigh of relief. And having secured those 4 points, Skype, a couple more, at least 2 more, could really help them in their endeavors of qualifying. We know the cutoff is somewhere around 14 to 15, but look at the circle shift. Kind of goes towards those snake compounds, and Big Brothers have that prime real estate right now.
They indeed do. Having a really good position inside of the zone. In my opinion, Big Brother Esports should try and spread themselves out a little bit. All the 4 players just in that one single spot. There's a lot of compounds available. If they do want, they can try and go for the contention and just spread a little bit more so that they can dominate the final few moments a little bit better. Before now, SEN going for the resurrection onto the fallen player. Sentinels for them. They do see a man at the front lines. Shots were taken. Unfortunately, the conversion's not going to be there. I'm not sure what Raka was doing there, but yeah, I mean, it's done for anyways.
Oh, it is. At least for Farakesto, not the kind of a start that we were anticipating. Especially after they made those quick rotations down south, having a lot of trouble getting back up north. Tried to take that military bridge and eventually had to fall flat. With DDN, Lurker having spotted out Trigger right out in the open. Yeah, he's finished off. Finally, DDN having some glory joys coming in there. But Fordon, now they've kind of established the Mafia, right? Initial first knock. But how much more can they salvage from this game, especially considering how they position? They need to get inside the circle.
Yeah.
With a couple of teams watching over them, that is going to be a treacherous task already.
I mean, the breaching point, it seems clear for now, if you look at it. And for DON, if they just try to rotate inside of the zone straight up, it's not going to be an issue. The real issue is going to be to find a good cover to play with.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, once again, at that point in time, you need to be good enough to make something out of nothing. And let's hope that Dawn do exactly know what to do in those type of circumstances. Before now, we've got Capt, Emperor, and his teammate still looking forward to rotate from that bridge line. Team started off with a 3-man squad and now taken down to just a duo. And from here on out, things are just going to get even more tougher. Wall of Death is moving in slowly and steadily, and this is where Cap, they cannot afford to waste any more time because now the damage is going to be dealt too much. And look at the players of Team Hyenas. Every single player in the water lines. Wall of Death moves up, engulfs him. Before now, in front of us, we do see another action erupting.
Indeed, it is going to be Rising Falcons taking on Team Dawn. And as Vintage George, just a couple of shots being taken over. And you still have RVNC suddenly out of nowhere. They decide to ram in. They know Rising Falcons, they are the sharks in the lobby. And RVNC here to make a good work out of them. Vintage George not having the best of HP. Still goes out in the open. Connects with that S12K as Zero. He retaliates back with that knock from that S12K of his own as UV. George still hiding in the washroom. What can he salvage from the situation?
Another utility being tossed inside of the washroom. The man's being forced out. RVNC, solid stuff. That devious shot to the face. And once again keeps his team's hopes and dreams alive. This was the only man who could actually make it happen. And he does so. If he would have been taken down, RVNC would have been in shambles. But then even Rising Falcons, they've been eliminated. Another big name from this entire game. I mean, look at Sentinels. All the way outside of the zone. RVNC in the front. NBC, he does have a clear line of sight on the players, but if he does try to give his position away, he will be held off in the blue. But NBC is still tossing those utilities. This nade might just find the connection that's needed. It does a lot of damage. Sets the opponents up for success. RVNC, they've already taken too much damage at this point in time. One of the players knocked out. RVNC now taken down to just that one last man alive, if I'm not wrong. So RVNC in a world of trouble.
Now NBC, that one grenade, and Big Brothers say thank you with open arms. Get that finish stolen. But yeah, NBC was definitely the kryptonite for RVNC and the Endeavors after they executed a beautiful third body on the Rising Falcons. One big team down and out already. Big Brothers, everything is starting to come aligning for them. We've been hoping and waiting for the comeback, and maybe round one is where they start their fireworks. As the captain himself, Uzumaki, having spotted out the players. Xenon falling down already. MDN kind of in a whole world of trouble there. So all they wanted to do was try and get inside the circle, but it is only going to be Jexi who decided not to even fire back.
I mean, as you mentioned, it was only him. But at this point in time, he just knows that survival's off the essence. And that's all he's trying to do, is just survive. MDN, I mean, they've still got two more players up and alive who do try to reunite, but unfortunately they end up repositioning themselves out in the open. Look at Big Brother Esports. For them, it's like a feast being served on a silver platter. Accumulating all the elimination points that are out in the open. And yeah, they're doing it with ease. Also, a couple of them are being stolen away by some of the foes. Sev getting those elimination points, 6 in total so far. Not doing too bad, it's decent. RVNC on the sidelines can be a big threat too, but look at the next circle. It shifts out in the open in no man's land. No one has contested the circle just yet. And this is when, for Big Brother Esports, the real problems, they're going to start to knock the doors because they would need to leave that comfort zone.
Half Alive Esports and Sultan Gaming, the closest to be making inside the circle. But still Sultan Gaming having a little bit of that high ground advantage. Would love to see what INS will have to say about that, as they're also surrounded. You can see Vinicius right up beside them. Even Sultan Whitey still alive. However, he's just about to make a move. Settled inside his vehicle, just waiting to third party someone maybe. As now Big Brothers, they decide to clean the edges first. Deciding to go after the players of Eternal Esports as the push and the pour comes in. Ragnar, he finds some means of escape. They forms a different angle. Takes those couple of bullets, and Ragnar barely just surviving, barely breathing. Moments before disaster as Uzumaki sets his path and his eyes. But Rishi, he deletes Ragnar and Eternals out of the lobby.
9 finishes wrapped up already. Big Brother Esports pretty much being the cleanup crew over here. Mopping the floor with the enemy's bodies. Seth. 2 elimination points wrapped up. And now he's also on a move towards the zone, but he's also getting shot at from somewhere else. It's going to be the players of HLA. Rough luck for the players of Big Brother Esports, that's for sure. But once again, all they need to do is that keep on wiping the floor. Half-Life Esports, if they are not being wiped out for now, they will keep on being that constant threat for the players of Big Brother Esports, because for them, it's not the only team they need to deal with, it's also a lot of the enemies that are surrounding them.
Look at Sultan. Still one with the nature. You've got the players of Insanity. We right beside him. The buggy surely has to give his position away. With Saif slowly but surely inching in that gap, closing in on the distance as Arvid ladens down all that bullet. As Paresh, he's been dealt with. Star OP also down and out, as now Sultan, having been spotted out by Saif, surely has to make that movement. But Sultan, beautiful retaliation from his side as Arvid decides to end his misery and also put him out of the game.
12 finishes in total wrapped up, my friend Fixes. But what do we see over here? Sultan Gaming. This team, even they're now starting to face some troubles. Look at the split the players of Sultan Gaming have. It's a 3-1 split, but unfortunately, one of the players from that split has been knocked out. MPX is trying to get the revive back up on the fallen player. The revive's going to be there, no issues on that regard. But Sultan Gaming, the problems, they're not going to be avoided just yet. INS, look at that one single nade that's being tossed on the players of Sultan Gaming. It does even more damage. Insanity, indeed going insane inside of the game. And then the sprays from the side of Big Brother Esports, they just add the salt on top of the wounds. Insanity, they finally fight the breakout between the players of Sultan Gaming and them. But Insanity, they've already taken too much damage. But eventually, they end the journey of Sultan Gaming from this game. And then for Big Brother Esports, they've been set up for success. It's their game.
Yeah, caught between a rock and a hard place, but still finds some size of relief. Insanity having won that fight, but will lose this battle, as now Big Brothers, easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they start their run in the BGIS round 1 with a beautiful chicken dinner to their name. And this is going to be with a lot of finishes, and by a lot, I think around 14 to 15 finishes to their names. And it was Team Insanity did majority of that heavy lifting, and for Sultan Gaming, gonna feel bad for themselves because you know, they were around the edges of the lobby. They had to pick a fight, but for Insanity, the entire attention was being taken by the players of Sultan Gaming. They went after them, but it was Big Brothers from the backlines, stabbed the dagger, got the dinner.
This is what you expect from a known team, though. Big Brother Esports, they have been a T1 team for a while, and this is what you expect from them. Just dominating these lobbies. It's just the round 1. There's a lot of teams who does not even pack a punch. They haven't even had a lot of experience to play with, and they're also lacking the confidence. And as a known team, you're supposed to dominate these lobbies. I might be sounding a little bit rude on the newer teams, but hey, it is what it is. It's a fact, and even the viewers know it. But now the fact that Big Brother Esports is able to do so, it's really a big sigh of relief for me too.
I think considering they've already amassed 25 points, I think it's safe to say they've already qualified.
Already done it.
We've been talking about the cutoffs always spanning around that 14 to 16 range. So yeah, the heavy lifting has been done. In Miramar and Sanhok, they're pretty much going to have fun. Maybe there are potential challenges to Enigma, but maybe we're just jumping the gun right now. Maybe if they get a chicken dinner in Miramar, I think then we can bring this conversation.
It's about making a stark statement for the known teams. And maybe if Big Brother Esports, they want to make that stark statement, feel free. But now, talking about some of the other known teams inside of the lobby, Rising Falcon, RVNC. We saw a fight break out between these two teams, and you know what exactly happened. Rising Falcons, they got eliminated by RVNC.
Yeah, that has to feel gutting, don't you think, Necro?
Yeah,
because considering the fact they just won that fight, and yeah, RVNC, they were the hounds, right? Like hyenas, they just came to salvage of whatever was remaining and managed to take the spoils of war. But, you know, that was still a fight that we've seen in the past. That's something that happens quite often in BGMI. But what I'm still trying to process is what on earth were 7 Musketeers thinking to take that fight against SkyPA like that?
I'm not sure. One thing is for sure that 7 Musketeers, they got overconfident. And when they made that push happen, one of the man was pushing right in the front in a straight line. And that's where he messed up. Because at that point in time, it's quite easy to open up the spray on that player. He got the first knockout. Instantly, there was another teammate right underneath that tower. Even he tried his best to get something done. But as soon as the players of 7 Musketeers, they lost out on 2 players, it was done for. Sarkar in the back lines, all he needed to do was find one more player. He found that, the neutralizer was there, and then later on, another player just fell down. So in general, for 7 Musketeers, it was a complete blunder. It was a mess up. You cannot even try to cover it up.
Yeah, there's no way we can sugarcoat what 7 Musketeers, how they managed to mess up in massive proportions. But, you know, what really threw all the other teams off was also how the circle shifted towards
exactly
side,
my
right?
point.
Big Brothers, maybe they would not have been the favorites had the circle not taken that curveball towards the northern side. And that is where you kind of feel bad for the hyenas. If you remember, they took that early loss around that quarry area, decided to take the boat towards Primorsk, all the way from the southern side. They injected themselves, thinking that the lobby, in fact the survey, is going to be stacked up around that southern side. Suddenly the circle moves up, and then they decide to swim, and yeah, they were just dead fishes.
Exactly. I mean, we saw them in the water lines, and I was just laughing in my mind. I was like, oh no, what is going on with Team Hyena? So much effort. They took all the boats around the edge lines. They tried to screw so many teams up, but then in the end, the BGMI gods, they screwed them up. So it's like karma instantly just hitting them back and saying that, yeah, I mean, you must have taken a lot of efforts to get down south, but hey, here you go. The circle's going to move up north towards farm. And for Big Brother Esports, I'm pretty sure they were sweating when they saw that circle, because they knew they messed up, because they were not one of the early ones to contest. But as soon as the circle shifted up north, Big Brother Esports, they knew it's our game. We cannot mess it up.
I think now, after what we did witness in Erangel, we've got a slight idea of how teams are going to be approaching the game in Miramar.
Of course.
Big Brothers, they've been quite respectful for the circle. They've not been taking those undue risk, unwanted stuff. I think the only risk they took was when they decided to push on the players of I think Eternal Esports, and decided to wipe them out, and that was for all the good reasons. They wanted to clear their backlines, but certainly one of those players from Big Brothers would be getting the MVP, don't you think?
Yeah, probably. I mean, they had the most amount of finishes inside of the lobby, right? They had the biggest game so far, so it has to be someone from the side of Big Brother Esports. I'm not exactly able to keep a track of who was the man, but yeah, it's going to be Sarvit with 5 eliminations wrapped up, and the finish contribution at 33%. Not bad. Map impact of 9%. Yeah, Big Brother Esports, it was indeed a really good performance. Moving on forward towards top 5. We're going to see every single player from Big Brother Esports over here.
All right.
Maybe not. One player missing.
It's all right. But Sultan Waide, I think he was one of those players that really impressed me, especially in that fight against Rising Falcons. He had such an important role to play. For Insanity, I think Veer, he was the one who clutched it out against Sultan Gaming. If you remember, he was the last player surviving, with barely a sliver of HP, managed to clutch it out. Deserve it, 5 finishes even for Team Insanity. But considering the fact that, yeah, they were kind of northern side, did not have a lot of trouble rotating around. They were the ones who kind of came alive a little bit later in to the game. But for RVNC, clearly this team has one intent only, that is to take every single fight as possible. Certainly kind of reminds you of maybe the Mongoose, the Fly High, the Sky. I think even Skyrockers yesterday, I think they kind of give you those vibes, don't they?
They indeed do, but have you noticed one thing about today's day? We're seeing a lot of the new teams just rise up to the occasion.
Right.
In the previous game too, we expected the known teams to dominate, but then the unknown teams, they just came in out of nowhere, and they're surprising us. And I'm loving that, right? The unknown teams are rising up to the occasion, and they're sort of making a name for themselves, and this is what we wanted to see, right? There's a reason why we have the round 1. There's a reason why we have the in-game qualifiers in the first place, because we want to see these new teams rise up and finally and make waves. But moving on forward towards the point standings, right? We've got Big Brother Esports with 15 finishes wrapped up and 10 positioning points with 25 total points. And then on the second spot off the point standings, it's going to be Insanity with 11 total points.
Yeah, Insanity, I think they're also set for success, especially with this kind of start. And in the next 2 games, all they need to gather for themselves is just mere couple of points here and there, 5 or 6, and they're good to go. But for Sultan Gaming, really impressed with how they were also quite respectful of the zone, but they were kind of helpless towards the end. But RVNC, they were the bullies, right? They wanted to pick off those fights, and eventually Sultan, just the last player surviving. Let's not forget that one player from, I think, Team ESPORTS B, who decided to take 2 players of RVNC from the backlines. I think it was NBC with that grenade. I think that completely flipped the tables for RVNC. Otherwise, this could have been a very interesting showdown between RVNC and Big Brothers.
Indeed, I mean, third parties, they have been a big game changer, right? From the start, and even over here, you can't see inside of the round one, there's been a lot of third parties. And the main reason is because a lot of teams are not going for the early contention, and in the end, there's just too many teams surviving. And the only time you can actually go for the points is by third parties during the fights. So that's why we're seeing a lot of third parties happen. I mean, we've got the latter half of the boards in front of us, and this is where we're going to see a lot of the upsets. Rising Falcons is over here, Sentinels, Esports, Team Captain. We saw this team down south. Yeah, in general, a lot of the teams we had expectations from are not able to perform.
Yep, Farakastu especially making that quick rotation down south. Team Highness, I think you gotta feel bad for them. No caps over there. But for Eternal Esports, they were also alive for a long time. But it was Big Brother's wrath that they had to fall down to. And even for Rising Falcons, they had a really good start in the game. They just won a fight. They were trying to get those revives up. Suddenly, RVNC out of nowhere, they just come knocking in on their doors. It was just not a knock, right? It was an absolute breach through their compound, just tearing them apart. But Sentinels on the other side, you know, that NBC play, that was quite phenomenal as well. So as long as Big Brothers, I think this was a gift for them. They respected the circle, won the game, good. But like you said, we're witnessing all these underdog teams, the new teams, really bring in the hate.
And this is what we wanted to see, as I mentioned, right? That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see continuing as well. But at the same time, the known team should also know how to keep their integrity and how to just overall keep their name living up inside of the community, right? Because we have seen a lot of the known names not able to perform. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, though, we've got a little bit of a promo lined up. We'll continue the conversation on the other side of this promo. The X suit looks amazing. What are you waiting for? Go and grab it, right?
It's infuriating for me already. Spiro's got one, Maisie's got one, and we have nothing.
He's only got one UC, by the way, in his account.
Just one UC.
He's got one UC. Well, unfortunate, my friend Fixus. You know what?
Did you find any luck, though?
No, I've not been finding luck. I've tried it so many times, but I'm just unlucky enough, ladies and gentlemen. But you know what? Something that's even more exciting, that's going to be the upcoming matchup, because Miramar is going to be booting up on the screens. What are your expectations?
For sure, I would love to see something from Rising Falcons or maybe RVNC. But as we have a look at the matchup once again, Erangel set the tone for us, right? Group number 4 getting ever so exciting. You know, teams, they're showing intents of those fights, and whilst all of that is happening, a little bit of a change on the desk as well, because Johnny on the sidelines, he was getting so excited in those final phases of the game because Big Brothers Esports, he's been talking so much about them, and he's the one with the biggest heartbreak, especially seeing them crumble during the BMPS. Johnny, my man, welcome back to the desk. How do you feel finally after seeing that Big Brothers coming into round number 1? They get a chicken dinner.
I mean, you were right about a few things. I was quite excited watching that final fight, and it was a huge sigh of relief, especially from my side when they ended up winning the chicken. Because as you said, it wasn't just the Pro Series, the previous iteration of the Pro Series last year, but it was a few more events after that where we saw Big Brothers just fail again and again and again. And I believe maybe they were trying to experiment with a few things back then, but it is the BGIS itself. This is the tournament where Big Brothers made a name for themselves, so there is absolutely no way they should fail making it at least to the grand finals. This is a team that I want to see in the grand finals.
You know, there was this debate, right? That Cinderella story of Big Brothers might have been a fluke. You know, there were people raising fingers, especially after BGS was done. A decent performance maybe in INKR, and then suddenly in the domestic circuit, you see them absolutely collapsing, barely on life support. made those drastic changes, nothing really working out. But seems like, I think, getting back to the good old days, the basics, is the way to go for Big Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, there's brothers in the name, right? So, I mean, they need to stick together and play together in order to secure those wins, and they were able to prove that point in the previous BGIs. That was a phenomenal run. As you said, a Cinderella story. And while, yes, there were questions raised that it might have been a fluke, now is the opportunity where you have that you have for yourself to shut down all the critics that were there after the previous BGIS came to a conclusion. We moved on to INKRPS, and that is where the struggles began for Big Brothers. So now is the time that you have to shut down all of the critics, to prove that it wasn't a fluke, to prove that you have what it takes to again make it all the way to the grand finals, and this time around, win the thing.
Definitely win the thing is the way to go for Big Brothers. But, barring Big Brothers, there was one more team, Rising Falcons. We did get to see them in the grind, and they did manage to get a lot of finishes to their names. But eventually, week number 2 did not go their way. But this time, I think Hoping in Miramar should be their game. Don't you think?
Yes, Miramar can be their game considering the rotation strategies that we saw on Erangel. Seemed like they were pretty much on point, never really running into conflict, always looking for those isolated entries into the circle. So the idea is there, it's just the execution that was flawed, and now on Miramar you have the opportunity to fix that as well. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, the plane takes to the skies and we are underway with match number 2 for Group 4 in front of our eyes. In a few short moments the flight path will be revealed as well, which, as it seems like, starts from the eastern edge of the map, right of the coast of Impala, and it will go all the way towards that northwestern edge of ruins.
I think a much breathable flight path trajectory, I must say. As long as you're not going as far as Valademar or Chumacera, or maybe the new place Partona. But certainly Truck Stop, that's quite near. And have you played around Truck Stop? You
Never. No.
Do try it, because even for the viewers, they love Erangel, but I don't know why that hate for Miramar. Certainly one of my favorite maps. But as we see all these players taking their drop, team captain, this is one of those teams, Johnny, I really thought that they would pack a punch, but all they were doing was just rotating around the map.
Yeah, I mean, that is never really going to work out. You move around too much, you make a lot of noise, especially on a map like Erangel where you're forced to use those vehicles. All of that commotion will attract attention and it becomes difficult to move around during the mid stages of the match. But look at that. Again, an interesting start to this map of Miramar. Two teams clashing for that spot in El Azhar. Kind of a surprise, but INS, they're still in the air, so there's still opportunity to glide further. Look to head towards Cruz del Valle or Tierra Bronca. Avoid that early drop clash entirely.
Look at the splash of colors around Impala. I think that's literally half of the lobby over there.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams.
I like it. And since you've been so sinister, you've got that intent. I'm pretty sure you've been enjoying that as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, I enjoy when the fights happen. This does nothing for me. I have been betrayed by these flash of colors for so long, because you expect, like, alright, 2, 3 teams fighting it out at the same time. But it seems like everyone has figured out how to disengage properly, which is a good thing if you look at the bigger picture, but for us as viewers, it denies us action fixes.
I mean, look at this. I think that your comms, all your complaints are going to be answered, because DON, they know Big Brothers. They love to head down to La Crubreria. They should also understand the fact that Big Brothers, for Christ's sake, they've just won a game.
Yeah.
Now, picking a fight against one of the biggest names in the lobby, surely you have to be quite gutsy for that.
Yeah, and it wasn't a casual win as well.
Yeah.
15 eliminations on the board, a big one by the Big Brothers themselves. And of course, as you mentioned, I mean, La Cobriera, they are quite well versed with the terrain itself and quite well versed in how to deal with early contact in this city. Safe right now. Perfect position to actually keep an eye on the players of DON. Needs to relay the information to the other players as well. Now, this is about to have a very interesting development inside of the game. Both these teams too far away from the circle, 2,700 meters. Rotations, that is what is on the minds of these teams already.
At least for Big Brothers, they do have that cushion to sit on. But for DON, can't really say the same. And we'll have to figure their means of escape. But as we can see, they're trying to form those flanky angles, right? Look at Crack. He's taking the higher grounds. Maybe Big Brothers, they might get caught with their pants down.
Oh.
And he has that 4 times to also work around with.
Quite lucky. Finds that scope. And of course, equipped on the M4, they're perfect. Loadout for any one of these players,
Mm-hmm.
especially in the early stages. And Lee with that M249. I wonder how much ammunition he has for that particular weapon. All right, enough for an early fight.
Yeah. Look at Lee, man. He's just proning around, scared to death. That even if I move a
No.
muscle, somebody's gonna hear me out.
He's given up the flank, and Big Brothers
Oh no.
have gained that high ground. What a switcheroo!
Lurker's still there though.
There's the commotion, has the AUG as well. It's kind of a perfect opportunity to actually isolate the fights if he can, and then pick off the players one by one, but it's going to be tricky. Again, it's Sarvit and Rishi. Sarvit is one of the biggest threat in this lineup, along with Uzumaki. Rishi can provide enough support to pick off Lurker. And as soon as Lurker falls, Big Brothers, they will have that summit for themselves. So the tables would have been turned, and they will be the ones playing with all the information about the players of DON. But Crack, he's been called to support and help out Lurker now.
Look at Sarvit. Still does not over-aggress. Still just holding on to his horses. He knows Lurker right in front of him, but he's getting shot from elsewhere. The call out has been given. Sarvit lands the final blow. Lurker already down and out. As Sarvit, he retaliates back.
But what a brilliant nade coming in from Crack over there. Does dish out quite a significant amount of damage onto Sarvit. Although Sarvit, he has a nade of his own, and if this one lands perfectly, it can help him secure the knock. It's going to be quite close, but not close enough for the knock. Rishi needs to go step outside on the other side of the ridge. In fact, Crack does half the work for him, jumps out into the open. And Rishi with the second knock secured. Seth, in the meanwhile, was knocked out by the other two lads from the side of Dawn. So Big Brothers now, they have been traded out. And Glitchboy can easily secure this elimination for his team as well. Bring the numbers down to a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, Big Brothers. This would be hurting, but DON finding some signs of relief. Yeah, they lost out on one of their players, but still not going for the completion, right? They want to bait, they want to flush the players of Big Brothers out from their hiding. And Uzumaki, oh, did take one of those shots, but Big Brothers, help is coming.
Does Glitchboy not know where Seth is? Because Seth is relaying the exact position
Yeah.
of Glitchboy. He's putting the markers for his teammate. And Uzumaki knows exactly where he needs to place the cross. If finally Seth could be spotted out. But by the time, as you said, Fixes the backup has arrived. Rishi and Sarvit, they show up. Glitchboy hits the floor. And DON, they are down to their last man. And look, proning helps you survive longer.
It certainly does. And yeah, he's just counting his seconds at this point as Big Brothers, they need to get a revive on one of their fallen comrades, the IGL himself, as Uzumaki. He's relayed that call, guys, save me. You need to come for me. And now everybody would decide to come out in the open, kind of trying to play on the numbers and really not helpful in that range, as Big Brothers successfully get the squad wipe. And now I don't think it's going to be a bit of a trouble or any trouble at all. Trying to get inside the circle, still stage 1. But talking about the circle, in fact, it's kind of a little off, because now we have a very southeastern circle, somewhere positioned around Puerto Paraiso. However, there has been one time in my life where I did cast one of those circles kind of going towards the eastern side of Impala.
Yeah.
Those two lone islands. We've seen the circle go there. And for what we have seen so far in the previous game of Erangel, the possibilities in Miramar are definitely there.
Yeah, I mean, the possibility is always going to be there as long as those two islands are still inside these initial zones. But I would still hope for that circle between Los Leones and Puerto Paraiso, the hills, where we see, well, 7M just towards Puerto Paraiso, and between the players of Fatakesto
Yeah.
ESPORTS. Terrain is kind of interesting over there. You have the, what do you call it? It's the secret hideout, the airdrop factory.
Yeah, but nobody really goes there.
Yeah, not in years.
Not in years, at least not in competitive lobbies. We've not seen that happen. There have been those instances once or twice, a rare occurrence, I must say.
If I'm not wrong, it's a bait position with a single entry and a single exit, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why, I guess.
Yeah, and you know, looking at this and the team's position there, now for 7 Musketeers.
Yeah.
I don't know what was going on in their head in that game of Erangel, especially when they decided to pick a fight against Skype. and out in the open, everybody's so cocky there and had to be punished. But for now, I think this is one of those games where if they play sensibly, could certainly convert into a big one. But like you said, right, it's kind of somewhere going to be consolidating around those hills around Porto Paraiso. And if Seven Musketeers take some early control and have those dips to play around with, I think they're good to go.
Well, a lot of options available, but with the first zone coming to an end in the next 15 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 15 teams, 60 players still alive. Only one squad wipe in the game as of now. Dawn eliminated entirely at the hands of Big Brothers, but a little bit of a clash between the players of SP and INS. But a little bit of after that collision, both the players just continue along their merry way. And we have a drastic shift, my goodness, towards the southeastern edge of the map. I believe we are headed towards the Porto Paraiso endgame. What do you think?
Give me that Lone Island. Give me that northeastern curveball. It's been ages since I did cast that one. Porto Paraiso, boring. I don't want to see that. It's common. It's something we see on a daily basis. But maybe we're just being sadists ourselves, because honestly, we have already seen a ridiculous circle already happen in the map of Erangel. But now, talking about what happened in front of us just a couple of moments ago, right? It was Skype. Could have been a little bit of a clash in between them and Insanity. But for Skype, I really loved how Sarkar played in the map of Erangel. All by his lonesome, clutching it out against two players of Seven Musketeers. That was commend-worthy. And
handling that amplitude of pressure in a situation like that, it's not easy for even experienced players sometimes. So there was a lot of potential visible within him in that particular moment. But again, can he be consistent? I think that is a question, and that is one thing we like to observe every time we see a new team or a new set of players or even a new individual with a lot of talent. How consistent can they be? In the meanwhile, though, we have Seven Musketeers. Acid secures the opening knock against the players of Fatakesto Esports. Finish converted as well, but how do you push further? The opposition not too eager to step into the fight. They back away instantly.
Finally, they have that leash on them. Now, this is where Seven Musketeers always get so ahead of themselves. That one knock and they don't think twice. They don't even budge. They decide to directly go in like a wrecking ball and eventually kind of a suicidal and exactly what I'm talking about. Seven Musketeers, they love living on the edge.
Don't do it again. It did not work out once. Just, yeah.
They're not going to listen to you.
There's a better position right next to you to park that vehicle. But I think they have a decent spot in the circle. They've been holding on to that city of Porto Paraiso for a while. Although this is the moment in the game when they start getting challenged. So this is when they will also face a lot of mid-game pressure upon them. And if they can survive this early onslaught, I think there is a possibility of Seven Musketeers actually moving quite deep inside this match, maybe into the top 5 or the top 6. But recap of the early fight, how the initial trades happened between Big Brothers and the opposing side of DON. And of course, this was that one opportunity where I felt, alright, DON could have made a comeback. They had a knock on Seth. Uzumaki was knocked out on the outer side. But not securing those finishes allows the opposing side to relay a lot more information, even after the players have been taken out of commission in a fight. And that needs to be taken care of. Information is key and it is king in a fight.
I think they just got too greedy. They were thinking that even with that one knock, they would kind of try to flush the place, where the idea was right. But like you said, bang on. All the information kind of went against them as his position was compromised. And in the grand scheme of things, of course, surely DON has to understand that this is a new point structure. Every single finish matters. As Rising Falcon, our eyes will be on them, because in group number 3 we witnessed some disappointments. ACBC, they had to take an exit from BGIS, one of those bigger names, one of those returning names this time around, and seems like they'll have to wait for the next official tournament.
Of course, a lot of people had a lot of expectations from ACBC, and I'm quite afraid that Rising Falcons can suffer the same fate in this particular lobby. Because Rising Falcons is also another big name returning to the BGIS, ladies and gentlemen. And this is not a team that we call, well, yes, we did used to call them undergods, but now they have more experience under their belt. They have been consistently playing at the top tier of competition for the last few months, and I believe they have prepared themselves for exactly this moment. Unfortunately, the first game of Erangel did not go their way. They need to convert this Miramar if they want to stay in the fight.
Kind of unfortunate. I think that is the sweet word, because they just won a fight and the next moment they get third-partied.
Yeah.
And who were the criminals? Right in front of our screen. RVNC. They've been itching every single time. Every time they spot somebody, even cross the horizon, they decide to commit for it. They are the kind of the bullies in high school, and I think they're sort of trying to have that bad rep to their name. But for Team Highness,
Yeah.
you got to feel for themselves, won't you? In Erangel, what happened to them was horrendous. But for all right, Half Alive Esports somehow escaping unscathed, or maybe not.
Right, a lot of commotion, a lot of shots fired. With Vincenzo Esports, oh, finally. It's not there, Nog, but it's still one out in the open, but Star OP. The finish get confirmed by the players of Sultan Gaming. They're looking for the second as well. Mahakal does manage to escape. Around the corner he goes, and MPX loses sight of the opposition. Losing one player is still fine. I mean, you still have 3 more remaining, so Half Alive could be there. I mean, they can reset. Not anymore. I mean, we have another drastic eastern shift. Oh, well, quite a central one in the next zone. It is still on the shoreline. Fixes. It seems like the gods are kind of listening to your prayers.
They still are. But, you know, you saw this coming.
Yeah.
Still around that Porto Paraiso hills. And 7 Musketeers having such a prime position. But hold on. RVNC, they did smell something out. Snuff somebody out and blow them into smithereens. And who might they be?
8 teams present towards that southeastern edge of the zone.
Oh my god.
8 teams are about to run from west to east towards the circle right now, trying to reach the city of Porto Paraiso. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be an extremely chaotic rotation for everyone. And, well, I would love to see who makes it through. RVNC are the first ones on the move. Team Hyenas, you were talking about them. They're quite close to the edge. But here come Big Brothers. And it's a slam on the players of Captain. Rishi and Sarwat leading the charge for their squad. But Ferocious from this rooftop. Nade being cooked. Needs to be perfect with the timing. Cancels it out as his teammates have arrived. And Big Brothers, they've made a big mistake. Running into these compounds, they find themselves in a 2 versus 4. 2 players finished off. They've lost a lot of numbers already.
Already a lot of numbers lost, and seems like it's all resting on the strong shoulders of Saif, who apparently has also been spotted like a fish in the barrel situation for Big Brothers. It was such a hasty push.
Yeah.
I think all they wanted to do was take control of the shorelines. Little did they know that it was Team Captain that were guarding this area. I think in the grand scheme of things, to make this even more exciting, Big Brothers, they already have the chicken dinner. I'm not worried about them, but for Captain, it was much more needed.
This is the question that I wanted to ask you, Fixes. Do you think these off plays are being made because they know they're already through to round 2 and they have no incentive to perform now?
For sure. I think they can afford to take risks. They can put themselves in such situations where ideally they were not supposed to be winning the fight, because they still have a long road to go. It's still the first round. You've got round 2, round 3, round 4, semi-finals, and they know that this was not where they were truly tested, but surely could practice for the further rounds to come, because it does not get easier from here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's going to get tougher and tougher as you move forward, and Saif, it's going to be quite tough for him to survive further into this game as well. Still left as the solo survivor. The players from Team Captain, they leave Seb behind and focus on their own performance moving forward. Kind of a decent position inside the circle for Team Captain, I have to say. They are in that isolated sector, the northeastern quadrant of the zone. In the meanwhile, though, Rising Falcons, they find themselves up against the side of Sentinels Esports.
Still trouble in paradise for them. Already losing out on one of their players. The idea is quite understandable. NBC, Newbie Jord, has a slight idea. Would want to thread the needle. has that golden window of opportunity and he messes it up. But for Rising Falcons, you could see that the pressure is starting to creep them. You know, the seeds of doubt already implanted, and these mistakes tend to happen. And you cannot afford to mess up in Miramar.
Yeah.
The previous matchup, just 3 points, barely. This time, they need at least 10 or 12.
Yeah, 10. I think just to be on the safer side, get 10 points in this matchup. You have 3 from the previous game. Then you need to play Sanok for like 4 points more. That should be good enough. But Rising Falcons, they've lost 1 man already. And we all know majority of the times for this team, the pressure has been on UV Jod to bring in those finishes for his team. They are going to be gate-kept by the sides of Half Alive Esports. Damn, is dished out inside that buggy. Vintage. He's down to about 40 HP. Awkward position to be in. The third party already set up in the backlines as we see Sentinels. But Sentinel Esports, it looks like they're moving up north.
Could get caught between a rock and a hard place. If Rising Falcons do not count their eggs over there. For Half Alive Esports, they've got some nice positions. They've got some nice angles. Just on the edges of the circle right now. As Vintage Jod, he wants to fight it through.
Yeah.
And, you know, they do have an idea of where Sentinels could be. As Rising Falcons UV Jod finally decides to take that southern route. And this is where things get even worse. Because you've got RVNC over there.
RVNC, another big name. A big threat inside of this game. Although we haven't seen them shine like they would usually do. In this particular match, Rising Falcons. Trouble in Paradise becomes worse for them. UV Jod taking a few shots against 7 Musketeers, does not really connect. And he needs to be careful because as you mentioned on the flank, RVNC, even their heads are going to turn towards Rising Falcons in a few short moments. They only have about 30 seconds before the 4th stage of the game comes to an end. And we are still at 15 teams, 52 players alive in this match. No squad wipe after that fiasco between Big Brothers and Team Dawn.
There you have it. Veer being dealt with. In fact, the hero for Insanity in the previous game. Managed to get a 2nd spot, but slowly but surely starting to lose out on numbers. But still, likewise, if you compare it with Big Brothers, nothing much to worry about Team Insanity also. They've secured those bare minimum points as Naughty. Nah, that was not a movement we were kind of anticipating. I think he was just being sprayed upon more down. But did fall down to his own demise. However, his finish had been taken off by somebody else. But RVNC in real close proximity to Vincenzo. And this does not look good for them. They're kind of surrounded inside that gas tank. But a few utils and they might be flushed out.
Yeah. They have to watch out for the nades. In the meanwhile though, players from the side of Skypea Esports, they find themselves against Sentinels. And Harsh barely manages or avoids getting knocked out. Although I believe he did spot Clutch X around that ridge. Information relay to his teammate to help them lob the nade at the perfect spot for the knock. And as we watch and witness this fight in front of our eyes, Sentinel Esports take a massive hit upon themselves, losing out on 2 key players.
Oh my god. Look at the circle, Johnny.
Right on that road.
Right on the road, still covers majority of Puerto Paraiso. One of those uncommon shifts we've not seen. And look at the splash of colors that are just about to migrate. 7 Musketeers has to be a brawl fest for them.
Oh, of course, but this could have gone either way. They were the ones who were ruling the city from the start of the game. As soon as pressure came upon them, they abandoned it, moved to the hillside, and now they find themselves outside the zone for the first time in this match. But wait, what is happening over here? You have Team Captain going up against the side of Eternal Esports in what looks like a 2 versus 3. And even though Eternal Esports, they found a knock, they're not really committing to this 2v2 that was set up. Instead, Team Captain, they've been given an opportunity to go for a revive and a reset to this fight.
I think at this point, it's all about the grenade game. They know that Team Captain, they will have to push in. Still, Eternals a little bit closer to the circle. But they also need to understand there's another team waiting just beside them. One of the lonesome players of Team Insanity, Shock. But is he going to take those shots as Eternal? They decide to back off, giving a free pathway for team captain Ferocious with that monster truck just driving around, making sure. And Eternal, that reluctancy, surely it's the pressure that's creeping them up.
It's gonna come back to horn them now. They run into that shack, reveal their position, and also all of them were huddled up inside a very awkward position. Look at this. 2 players knocked out. Just one last man left standing inside that shack. And he will eventually either get mollied, naded, or shot in the face.
Aye. This was not anticipated. Really not expected. But sometimes this game gets the worst out of you. And Seth, alright, is up for the task. Just chilling through the desert. Showing he's got those fat tires on his bicycle. Just getting along. Oh my god, somebody needs to put him down. Just one bullet shot and there you go.
Finally he falls. He was out on his merry way, rotating on that bicycle, looking for an entry inside the circle. But from the distance, it's the hyenas. And of course, it's going to be the hyenas who get him in the desert. In the meanwhile, though, 7 Musketeers, alright, they have control of the silos. So they did manage to sneak ever so slightly into the circle. But the zone again betrays them and moves further away. In the meanwhile, we have MDN against
Skypiea.
Yeah, and it's just one man from Skypiea. Where did the rest of them go? This team was doing quite decent inside the game up until a few moments ago, but now all we see from their side is Avi OG.
It was all the commotion. We did talk about it, that migration coming in from the western side, and Avi's position already having been compromised as Jexi. He already cooks up a grenade, will try to flush him out. The idea is that, little does he know that Avi is just around the backside of that compound, but suddenly MDN have their attentions diverted towards another team. I think that's going to be 7 Musketeers over there. As Avi, he retaliates back as Xenon. He's down and out.
Oh, that was a brilliant knock. Another nade lobbed into that house. But he misses the fact that the other team still has 2 more players. And it's Jexi from just the corner of that house. Peeks out, sees the opposition a few shots, and that was all she wrote. Heading into the 7th stage of the game. Well, we will have the blue zone close in about 12 seconds, and after that, the 7th stage will begin. We're down to 8 teams, 26 players still alive. And one of the top contenders in this game right now, it has to be RVNC. We have not seen them in action as of yet, but they still have all 4 players alive.
Look, I'm not going to count Rising Falcons out as well.
Oh, yeah.
They've got such a good position. I'm starting to wonder how did they manage to execute this rotation, as now the pour comes in, 7 Musketeers. It's a desperate attempt. Vinicius right beside them. I somehow still have 3 of the players alive and have managed to find some cover. But they need to march inside the zone with Vinicius still keeping a wide eye on them. Now this is as far as they can go, because Fatakesto, surely somebody has to put a stop at them.
Of course. I mean, they have their backlines compromised. Alone knocked out from the side of 7 Musketeers. Acid hits the floor as well. And it's RVNC who have somehow found that line of fire. Secure the finish onto Acid. Alone still inside the game though. He has me 77k. Fame 77k in fact. Right next to him, although he's quite reluctant in going for a revive on his own teammate as of now. Equipped with the nade. Believe looks to lob it towards the players of RVNC. In the meanwhile though, from Rising Falcons fixtures, we noticed UV Jord getting knocked out a few moments ago. He's been brought back into the game, but all 3 players, they're huddled up together. And MDN take advantage of that fact. Vintage knocked out. All 3 players come charging forward, and it's a 2v3 against the Rising Falcons.
They somehow need to defend this. Just around the staircase does have that DBS on him. But there you have it, you know, they have been flushed out, and suddenly UV Jord with that one beautiful Molotov suddenly flips the table around with Jexi, the final player surviving. He's going to be put to rest, and Rising Falcons out of nowhere have managed to hold on to their compound.
Oh man, I mean, Newbie Jord and UV Jord, these lads deserve, well, background music of Bad Boys in that moment right now, because there was nothing the opposition could have done when these lads came knocking on that door. In the meanwhile though, And Senzo still 4-man strong in this game. In a wonderful position inside the circle as well. Oh no. Kesto, they fall to the hands of Fame77. It's going to be difficult to recover from that knock. Alone has been brought back into this game as well. And the push towards Vincenzo, it looks good. He secures the knock, goes down to Voiceless. In fact, Paresh. But it's just 2 players left. They need to go for those revives if they want to win the game.
Look at Rising Falcons UV Jord. He's on fire. The way he's been lobbing those grenades, getting those confirmation, increasing his tally. This is exactly the game that Rising Falcons wanted for themselves as Newbie Jord. You cannot leave him far behind. Does not just get one, but also gets a confirmation. And now Farakesto, they're out in the open. Fame, he's got all that information to himself, but does not have any teammate to relay it to. He's got to take things into his own hands. Has to somehow find some size of a comeback, because in the previous game, they got ahead of themselves and were pushed back. But this time, looking at Farakesto, a knock on RVNC, and suddenly they're on the verge of getting eliminated, and they have been.
My goodness, they just ran right into their crosshairs. 2 finishes taken by RVNC. They've lost one of their own. Sultan YT knocked out, and the Hyenas, they live up to their name. Look at how opportunistic this team is. Running off to the flank, close to the blue. They want to put additional pressure on the players of RVNC. And the mistakes are made as we witness them. Siam, he's trying his level best to survive, but too much pressure for him to handle as well. Revive brought Sultan back into this match, but it is, again, they are outnumbered, they are outgunned. Ansh, he has to be the hero for his team. Just 11 rounds left in the magazine, and he can't do much with that UMP, the DBS. Maybe this will do wonders, and it does. 2 knocks secured, 2 extra finishes in the hands of RVNC. 7 is the total tally as of now, but they're stuck on that lower ground, and they will be done for. And they can be done for, in fact, in that exact position. Should have been easy. Revive this one, and we are finally down to the top 3 of this match fixes.
Look at UV Jord go. He's on fire the way this lad has been performing. UV Jord and Newbie Jord. This is a duo that we're going to remember for a long, long time. 9 finishes already to this man. We know who the MVP is going to be. But the big question is, how deeper can he dig? How farther can he scroll and scratch his way through into the hearts of his opponent? As Sultan YT cannot rule this player out as well.
Well, the Falcons, they have the momentum, they have the flow inside the game as of now as well. The only question is, do they have the information of Paresh? Alright, with how Newbie Job is positioned, I think the answer to that question is a yes. And UB as well clearly sees both the individuals from the side of RVNC. Oh, the nade was too close for comfort. There's no healing utility on him as well. It's a risky move. And Sultan's nade this time again lands close to both these individuals.
Look at Paresh. He's not moved. He's not budged. Not even single strand of his muscle giving his position away. And Rising Falcons, they have that seed of doubt implanted in their heads. It could go all wrong for them. They really need to piece it together. Still finding that flank angle. Ansh still has one more grenade to go. And all that RVNC are intending is to find that one opening, and then they will march in.
Right now, I mean, looking at RVNC and Rising Falcon, it feels like watching a rom-com.
Oh, yeah.
Will they, won't they, will they, won't they? Talking about these 2 teams fighting, as of course. It's a 2v2 against these 2 squads. Paresh, always, I mean, of course, can be the judge of it all. I mean, he picks his side and they win.
How are they going to climb, though? How are they going to get up?
I have no
The
idea.
stairs, they're outside.
In the blue.
Yeah. It's going to get so much more difficult for them. But now, UV Jord, he knows there's somebody in the hiding. Has to be Paresh Jord. And, yeah, he's got to figure him and spot him out. But Paresh, still not moving. But for RVNC, it's such a tough task to really get above.
Clock runs out. Blue zone about to move in. And as you mentioned, RVNC, this climb up this hill, it's going to be close to impossible. And they have run out of utility as well. The only way RVNC win this game, if they line up the nade perfectly and it takes down both the individuals from the side of Rising Falcons. Paresh, he's engulfed in the blue. It's a hero moment for him. And he can be taken out. Sees the pan thrown in his face before he goes down, but the blue zone closes in, and the players of Rising Falcon, they were delayed and distracted by Paresh. They take damage from the blue zone, and RVNC, they move in right in the nick of time and secure an impressive chicken dinner. Alright, it finally happens, Fixes. You're still in shock.
I am. How on earth could that have been taken away? Wait a second, let me try to process it. We know for a fact, Johnny, that there was no chance on earth RVNC were getting up top.
Yeah.
It had to be Rising Falcons. They had that cover from the little broken walls there. They did manage to try and maybe take down Paresh, but he was kind of engulfed from the blue. And then I could see one of the players for sure from Rising Falcons get out in the open. He got ahead of himself. And in doing so, I think we were just talking about that you cannot rule out Sultan, right?
Yes.
Him being alive in that 1v2 against the world, managing to clutch it out. Is this actually round 1?
I have no idea. I mean, the level of commitment these teams have displayed, it makes me feel like already there is 2 crore rupees on the line in these matches that they are playing. But then again, I mean, you think about what lies ahead, right? We always talk about how important BGIS is in building careers and setting up professional players. And that is the opportunity that's already there. If they survive round 1, they get to move on to round 2, to round 3, to round 4 and continue on this journey. If they fail in round 1, then the dream is shattered already. But let's have a look at the winning moment again. I think it should help clear things up about what exactly went down in that final top 3.
For sure. I mean, I need to take a look at this. Because look at Paresh. A pan was thrown over, you know, hoping that they could see that one out.
Yeah.
But this is where they were out of the blue and were out of options. All right. So, yeah, Ansh making the first rotation inside the circle kind of made things easier.
Yeah.
And now it makes more sense, right? Can't really blame it on the players of Rising Falcons. But still, in the grand scheme of things, a good game from both RF and RVNC. Even for Vincenzo, who barely managed to pick a point in Erangel, I think a 3rd position is not too shabby.
Yeah, it's not too shabby, but it depends on how consistent you can be now in the next game. Because you look at the top 3 of this match, and these are the same teams that we were talking about at the start of the match, about the struggles that were there on Erangel. And now, with this sort of performance, because all of them were able to walk away with decent number of eliminations on the board, and especially in the list of the top 6, top 7 teams, I think the finished numbers are quite nicely distributed. It will come down to that last game of Sanok as to who will be in the top 7 in the overall rankings and who gets to move forward. And I think this group is going to be extremely closely contested.
I think the cutthroat competition is visible already.
Yes.
I think barring Big Brothers, everybody is playing like their careers are on the line.
True.
They did majority of the heavy lifting. But I think we have to talk about 7 Musketeers. This was one of those teams that had the best position. They were the ones who had Puerto Paraiso under control.
Yes.
But like you said, right, ideally this circle goes up the hills. But this time, you know, in the BGIS, we're witnessing those new circles and it came back to Puerto Paraiso, which was unanticipated.
Exactly. Puerto Paraiso circles are also quite rare. Anywhere towards that southeastern shoreline is extremely rare. So I think 7 Musketeers, their decision to climb up the hills was a wiser call. The probability usually lies towards the circle moving to either back to Los Leones or on the hills or towards that secret cave that we talked about. But this time that curveball just changed everything. And even then, when the circle moved and we were critiquing 7 Musketeers moved, if you remember, there was just one team inside the entire city back then, and they just got lucky that the zone was on top of their heads. But ladies and gentlemen, in order to become the MVP, you need more than luck, you need skills. And we're going to find out who the MVP of this match is going to be. It's going to be UV Jord. At one point I was worried he was going to get taken out, but then he got that revive back in, and of course 10 finishes. Wait, I'm seeing that right? That's a 100% finish contribution.
Wow! I think UV Jord managed to accomplish such a feat all because of his teammate Newbie Jord, right? Both these players playing in tandem with each other. Yes, Newbie could not amass any finish to his name, but still helping his teammate get that MVP. Certainly a feat, and we did talk about UV Jord, one of those players that has what it takes in him, and all he needed was a platform, and today he shines. But for the Hyenas, especially considering the debacle that they had to go through in Erangel, I think a little bit of a recovery from their side as well.
Of course, I mean, Hyenas this time were just focused on living up to their name. I mean, picking teams mid-rotation, not really running into fights against teams that are already established themselves in set compounds. And I think that strategy can actually work out for teams that specialize in gatekeeping other teams from the zone. We have seen teams like that in the past as well. And this playstyle does work out, but only up until a certain point inside of the game.
But what really did not work out for me, Johnny, was what on earth was Eternal really thinking? You remember that fight against Captain where they kind of had a good spot, suddenly did not do anything about it, then found themselves in a really bad place and eventually just got deleted.
You talk about Eternal, I want to talk about RVNC because we have the point standings in on our screens right now, and if you remember, I mean, in the list of top players, we did not see a single lad from the side of RVNC, the team that did win the chicken dinner in this match. And this is why. Just 7 eliminations on the board. And they were spread across the entire team as well. 17 points secured from this particular matchup. Usually we do see teams that end up winning the game bring those high numbers on the board. But as you said, this group is very competitive right now, how the rankings are developing. Even Rising Falcons with 16 points, Hyena a decent performance, 11 on the board. Vincenzo with 8, 7 Musketeers with 7 total points, Captain with 6, Skypia with 6. Alright, Big Brother's got 2 more finishes.
They did, right?
Yeah.
I had to be the last place safe. I remember, I think it was a fight against Eternal, right?
Yes.
The last player getting picked off, few spots here and there. But when you look at teams that have been struggling, Eternal, man, and even some light on Insanity, because when Necro and I were on the desk, it was the map of Erangel. I think Insanity had a really good time. I think they finished off second and suddenly to fall flat on their faces. But Sentinels also not having secured any point, they're in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, Sentinels, Insanity, Eternal, DON.
Even Sultan Gaming.
Even Sultan Gaming as well, as you mentioned. I mean, all of these teams need to step up. The one thing they have going for them is, as we keep saying, this group is very competitive. We saw a complete turnaround from the teams from Game 1 to Game 2. And Sanhok being the decider. Whoever performs, it's quite clear, whoever performs moves through. Whoever takes an exit early will get left behind. Doesn't matter how this map of Miramar... Well, it does matter how this map of Miramar went. Because RVNC, I mean, those 17 points will, of course, keep them in contention. But for everyone else, I think this was kind of a soft reset.
I think we're kind of sure that Big Brothers have made it. RVNC, Rising Falcons have made it. A few others, maybe 7 Musketeers after what they've done. They might also make it. But for Sultan Gaming, having a good performance in Erangel, suddenly things look really alright for them in Sanhok.
But we have exciting things lined up for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Before the exciting match of Sanhok, let's have a look at what is in store for us.
Make sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The new Royal Pass is out. Do make sure you guys go ahead and check it out as well. But, Fixes, with you, I want to talk about the match itself. We are about to head into this game of Sanhok. It's going to be super important. Predict who's going to win.
You know, I would really want the players of Skypia getting one.
Skypia?
Yeah, they're kind of being unlucky, but they've been showing those signs of fight every single time. They need to qualify.
Right. Let's have a look at the teams. There are 15 other teams as well. And yeah, let's see. Because my prediction is going to be extremely different. I expect a big win from the Rising Falcons themselves. And I don't like your prediction, so I'm going to call Necro with me on the panel. Maybe he's going to agree with me that Rising Falcons can win this last game of Sanhok. One thing also that I'm quite skeptical about is Big Brothers, because either they can go big in this upcoming matchup or they're just going to take an early exit again, it's the same point of discussion. They've done all the hard work required in the map of Erangel itself. And even with the 6 points added to their total tally from their performance on Miramar, it keeps them on a much more safer position relative to where the rest of the teams are. But Necro, welcome back to the panel.
Yeah.
Fixus was expecting a win from, well, a different team. My prediction is Rising Falcons. After Miramar, after Erangel, what is your prediction for this game?
That's a really tough question because even Rising Falcon, RVNT now finally standing up to the occasion.
Yeah.
I would like to go with a complete different team, right? He went with Skypea, and I think so I'm also going to do the same.
Why are
Skypea.
you guys doing
the name
this to me?
sounds interesting. It's a unique name, let's be honest. Skypea, I mean, what is even that?
What is Half-Alive Esports?
They're Half-Life, I guess.
Alright, yeah, that makes much more sense. So, 2 players?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Half the squad.
Oh yeah, pretty much. They're like half alive. Well, hopefully though, inside of the last game of the day, they're not going to be half alive because they would need all the 4 players alive on this last game of Sandhawk. This is where it's all going to matter, Johnny. Last chance for this group to step inside of top 7. If they don't, if they fail, well, they will be kicked out of the BGIS.
Exactly. Although Half-Alive, I have to say, they've shown some potential in their fights in the map of Miramar in particular, and that leads me to believe that if they can secure a few extra finishes in Sandhawk and finish in the top 3, maybe they can bring their total tally across the threshold for this particular group. Although my expectations have risen for the Hyenas in Sandhawk, I believe that gatekeeping playstyle of theirs can pay them off very nicely. They can secure a lot of finishes just because it is Sandhawk, and we all know what Sandhawk is famous for. The snakes.
Now I want to focus on the previous game a little bit more.
All right.
Did we just see Seth using a bicycle to rotate inside of the zone? I mean, Big Brother Esports, I understand they've already done all the heavy lifting, but the man's still using a bicycle to make it inside of the safe zone. That too inside of one of the most awkward zones we have seen so far. The Circle's been the MVP of today's day.
Also, he's not the first one to do it in an official tournament. You remember Prince was the first one in the previous BGIS 2023.
The entire squad was using a cycle.
Yes. Was a big surprise, and you do see these moments in round 1. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for us to take a drop into this map of Sandhawk. Game number 3 for Group 4 is live, and the plane is in the sky again.
The plane's already halfway done with the plane flat path, but yeah, it's going to be ending towards Camp Alpha. We do see a couple of teams taking that early exit from the plane flat path, and RVNC is one of those teams that have initially dropped towards Kampong. There's also going to be a drop collision inside of Kampong, so I'm really excited to see how that one's going to pan out. Towards Boot Camp 2, there's a chance we're seeing a drop collision, and yes, it is actually going to happen. Big Brother Esports, they will be duking that out against one of the teams.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite interesting to see if Big Brothers, they take an early exit, or does DON get their revenge. It's a fight that happened on Miramar this time. It can happen on Sandhawk as well. And while Big Brothers, they go for the control of the center building, DON, they take their control in the triple warehouses in the back. Along with them, I'm still kind of shocked by that Kampong drop clash, man. That is quite a rare sight to witness.
Yeah, it's one of the most off drops, and you do not really expect the teams to go for the contention on those. And maybe both the teams thought the same way. Mirror thoughts? But yeah, RVNC 4 now. In all the full force, they're looking good. Big Brother Esports, we did see in the elimination feed one of the players getting knocked out. The confirmation, though, is it going to happen? That's the question. But you do see the cavalry instantly arriving. The fallen man's back up. So that's a good news. But look at the spread from the players of Dawn, too, right? 2 of the players in the back, 2 of the players in the front. So you can't say the qualifiers there perfectly. And Rishi gets knocked out once again. The nade was placed to perfection. This is just applying that constant pressure on top of the players of Big Brother, where they just do not really have that breathing space anymore. But the 2 players in the front lines, they've already been picked off. Clean move.
I think beautiful on Big Brother's part that every single time one of their player was knocked out, they would instantly get a trade, and that did not allow DON to reset or to build that play up, considering the other 2 players were in those triple warehouses, and as soon as they would have tried to cross over to the main building, there's this trench that you have to cross, and that trench is a death trap if you are trying to breach boot camp while a team has your position and they know where you're coming from. Big Brother's upper hand in that fight, they've turned it into a 4v2, but now we have Skypea going up against Half-Alive Esports, 2 teams we were talking about just a few moments ago, and it seems like it's time for a 4v3. Half-Alive already down a player.
Not exactly Half-Alive for now. We'll need to lose out on 2 players for that to happen. But jokes apart, the revive's there. So the fallen man's going to be back up. But look at what Big Brother Esports is doing. Oh, the surround is now coming through. Just like an amoeba, they want to eat and devour these players. You know, just engulf them within themselves. And that's what has exactly happened. Big Brother Esports, they have surrounded the entirety of the opponents. And for Dawn, they've got nowhere to go. Last man's position's compromised too. They know exactly where he's positioned. And Seth has found those little bit of shots on the man.
Oh,
yeah.
just around the corner for a second, and I think Seth has been spotted out by G as well.
I mean, Seth pushing up slowly and steadily
All of them are.
from the back. Yeah, I mean, the surround was perfect. This is what you call a proper public execution.
Also, let's go back a second. Amoeba? You've been starting up, Necro.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, out of nowhere, science flashed in front of my eyes.
I mean, but it was a brilliant way to box the opposition, and they used that numbers advantage perfectly. They had the information, and we talked about that triple warehouse situation. Big Brothers, 4 eliminations already secured early in this game of Sanok, so they keep that flow of getting finishes continuously inside the match going. And well, half alive esport after the reset. It seems like the fight between these two squads has been paused. It's at a standstill. Skype, they're holding on to their half of Cam Bravo, and Half-Life, they're holding on to their respective half. But here comes the third party in the form of Team Captain. Opening knock secured, and there's no bringing back Star OP from this.
Oh, the man's struck back away. But he won't be allowed to do so. Captain Devil 28 is the only man who's got any sort of elimination point on that team. Big Brothers, they have already started making big waves inside of this game of Sanok. And they've already rotated away from boot camp, by the way.
Yeah.
They're done with the loot. Moving towards Paradise Resort. I'm not sure what Big Brother Esports' game plan is, but honestly speaking, just holding the hilltop should have been all okay.
I mean, it could have been okay, but Paradise Resort, I think, is their normal drop location in this map. We do see them split between... We do see them go towards Paradise every now and then. And considering, I think, as you have been pointing out, that in the initial rounds of BGIS, a lot of teams do avoid hot drops. Paradise Resort left completely empty, but wait, finally a clash in Kampong. RVNC, they've taken a hit. Sultan YT knocked out, but instant revive being given, so they can reset. And Cyan, he's hiding in a very awkward position for Sentinels to deal with.
Cyan, he does hear the footsteps.
Yeah.
He knows where the enemy's trying to reposition. But I mean, is the information conveyed to the opponents or the teammates, I mean?
It is.
And yeah, it is. The nade was being tossed to perfection, right? Right on top of the players, Sentinels. With the 3 players that they're trying to play around with. I'm not sure for how long they can keep themselves alive, but the utility is being tossed from the side of RVNC. All it takes is one single nade on the mark. And so far, they haven't been able to find that one single nade. But look at the knockdowns being found from RVNC. Beautiful presence of mind.
Yeah, it was quite impressive. They picked off the flank, had the man on the high ground for the side of the Sentinels, but Zero with the DBS finds the second for his team, and Sentinels, they're down to last 2 players. 2v4 against the players of RVNC, and RVNC, this is the momentum, this is the fight that they wanted for themselves in the early stages of Sanok.
2 more players to go though for a complete squad wipe. And Sultan can actually hear the players in front of him. UMP45 is actually going to find the connections to the skull, but it's completely fine now. The teammates, they've got his back. It's okay. RVNC, they've got things under control. They are controlling the tempo inside of the fight. The last man's probably just going to try to move away. It's better to play for the placements, right? Considering this was the only chance the man's going to have. Sentinels, the name's quite big, but unfortunately, the performance, not so
much.
Yeah.
And of course, we have the shift of the zone as well. Paradise Resort still a brilliant position taken over by Big Brothers. And RVNC still on the hunt for this last man. He's positioning himself inside that container, just hiding inside the corner. But he can't move out a single step, and as soon as he does, he's going to be put down in the dirt. 0 with 3 eliminations, Sultan with 1. A squad wipe for RVNC.
Oh, the util. Rock. Chipped up. In the zone towards Paradise Resort. Shot's been taken against that man too in the front lines. From Sarvit though. No connections found. Fadakesto way too up close to the players of Big Brother Esports to the point where they're trying to breach inside of the comfort zone. What a great return knock that was. Big Brother Esports is Uzumaki. Quick on that trigger. And then Fadakesto Rock in front of us as, yeah, it's taking too much damage. Saf is well able to just create that flank angle, shut down the man. The man instantly gets knocked out. Fadakesto Hulk in front of us, in front of our screens. And at this point in time, Hulk knows it's stupid to step inside of this fight. It's better to just back. It's a 2v4, and that's who they're trying to take down the top dogs.
Yeah, it's not an easy fight. Anytime you take on a squad like Big Brothers, especially when you are down 2 players. Rakes as well, he's on the flank. And look at this. While Hulk might have wanted to keep his head down and not really run into a confrontation, Big Brothers, their options were limited. They just charged towards the opposition, finish him off, and now they might as well be hunting down the last surviving individual as well. But that fight, it forced them to step out away from Paradise Resort, and well, they can potentially run into the side of MDN Esports completely off guard. They have been distracted by Eternal Esports already.
There's so many teams surrounding the players of Big Brother Esports, right?
Yeah.
Way too many teams. Eternal, one of those. Then you've also got another team right next to him. And now finally Big Brother Esports starting to take that damage. Rishi knocked out. MDN2 realizing the fact that Big Brother Esports, the Giants, are now finally getting scraped up a little bit, scratched up. But Big Brother Esports, even they return back in style. Seth was able to catch one of the men slipping by. So a good one from them. And Eternal, instantly they're just starting to back away. This is funny.
Yeah, I mean, a brilliant knock from Seth, to be honest, from the distance. Relieves some pressure from his teammates because they are a little overextended. Look at the radar.
Yeah.
As soon as they try to fall back, MDN can charge upon them. And Big Brothers, they're going to be down 2 players. But finally, with the pressure relieved, Big Brothers slowly and steadily just start falling back. Rishi and Sarvit, the goal is going to be to eventually reach inside the main Paradise Resort compound again. There you go, they've made it.
I was looking at the zone, and Rising Falcons is still outside of it. Before now, looking at this replay. Oh, look at this knock from Sultan. Pixel peek was taken from the opponent.
Yeah.
But that was all that was needed for this man. Sultan, some precise shooting from this guy. Shuts down the man in the far fray. And the RVNC just completely wiping off the entirety of Sentinels. Solid stuff. RVNC, after the previous game victory, they're definitely starting to feel themselves. And somewhere down the line, they know they've already secured that slot in the round 2. So all they can do is just try and mess around. If they want inside of the lobby, pull off some shenanigans. And I think so that's what they're doing so far.
I mean, yeah, it's fair enough, right? I mean, you've done all the hard work in the previous match. Now you get to relax a little bit and have some fun for yourself inside this game of Sanhok. But talking about fun stuff, we have the circle. Stage 3 of the game in front of our eyes. And this time, the center is between Paradise Resort, Query.
There's a compound right there. It's the intersection between the streets.
Yeah, and that is definitely going to be a high priority for a lot of these teams. Whoever gets there first will hold a big advantage against everyone else closing in. The problem with that compound is also it's in kind of a dip.
Yeah.
That's the only issue I have with it. Other than that, I mean, it's concrete cover, you have vision of all your surroundings, you can make it work.
But the thing is that one single bad move and you will instantly be taken down.
That's
because you will also be the center of attraction, right?
Yes. So lines of fire are available from top of those hills. People can spot you if you're not tucked away properly.
That compound is also going to be a little bit of a gamble that you will take. If you do take that compound, one thing is for sure, the information is not going to be there. You will be right in the smack center. You will also be the center of attraction. Then you would just need to cross your fingers and hope that in the upcoming circles, you will be a part of that zone.
True. But as of now, as we are in the third stage of the game, we are down to 13 teams, 48 players still alive. DON, Fatakesto and Sentinels, the first 3 teams to be eliminated from this match. And Big Brothers, they are still holding strong to that momentum. The 8 becomes 9 eliminations on the board for them. RVNC as well. And I think they've heard the commotion that was made by Skypiea are on their tails. Running back to pick that fight, RVNC. I love this confidence.
They've done the cut, right? They've already made it inside of the top 7, so it's complete fun for the players of RVNC to go for a smoke like that. But instead, they get smoked up themselves. Avi, a nice return knock, and look at the precise shooting from the players of Skypiea. They've definitely got the firepower. They're packing some nice punches. They're dealing some big punches in the gut. The recovery for the players of RVNC, it's not going to be tough considering they are the one with the experience. But what is he doing? Shot's not taken. Man's out in the open, goes for the prone instantly. And Hirsch is barely surviving with not a lot of HP, but then finally he finds the hit markers and he keeps on spamming that same bush. Skypiea in a big world of trouble as they did find the advantage initially, but then instantly later on, the tables were being flipped in the favor of RVNC.
And it's not just the damage from the players of RVNC, it's the damage from the blue zone as well. That's going to cause more trouble for them. And unless Skypiea at the start of the game had decided to go for a heal battle on one of these players, it will be extremely difficult for the squad to move any bit further into this game. Look at that, Sarkar gets taken out by the blue zone and RVNC get that finish point for free. And you just are down to your last player. Ayan OP. And he has no heals available on him.
Pretty much. Ayan. What can he even do? Focusing on the zone for now. The next circle shift's going to be in front of us. Yeah, this compound was really good about the intersection. But then this is the problem, right? The zone instantly shifts away from that, so it's not the limelight anymore. And this is what I'm exactly talking about. When you take the control of that compound, your information, the intel is going to be super limited.
Exactly, and again, I mean, it was supposed to be a gamble. Gambles don't always pay off.
Yep.
That's the thing.
I mean, in this game,
they never do.
Sometimes it does, though, if you're Big Brother Esports in the first in the wrangle.
Oh, yes.
When all the odds are stacked up against you, the gods are like, yeah, there you go. We bless you, my friend.
Oh, you're having a bad game. There you go.
Yeah.
But anyways, I mean, Rising Falcons, they're not having a bad game. They're having a decent one. They have the high ground as well, but now is when their fate turns for the worst. Nubijor knocked out. Luckily for him, he has UV right next to him, the MVP of the previous match of Miramar. Quick revive, quick reset. Although, I believe they won't feel as much pressure as some of the other teams. Just because they are still at the edge of the circle. They have concrete cover available for them. So they can stay hidden up until the next stage of the game.
Still 42 players alive, though.
Yeah.
And 13 teams. That's a lot of number.
So from stage 3 till stage 4, we lost about 10 players, but not a single team was wiped out. Before I say that we see a team getting wiped out, it's the Hyenas who have been forced to take an exit from this match.
Oh, the Falcons now. Looking forward to make some waves too. Newbie Jawed. The nade's being lined up to perfection. Deals a lot of damage. Not exactly on the mark. The man's just being chipped up a little bit. Newbie Jawed spots out the man repositioning himself. And for now, Spider's going to be okay. Backs away in the nick of time. For Rising Falcons, it's better to be inside of the safe zone. And that's what Newbie Jawed's trying to do. Position himself in a better spot inside of the zone and probably be the guardian angels of the breaching lines. And that's how they will be able to hold the enemies off at bay. But then they would also need to take care of the sidelines. And the sidelines are also quite stacked up with some great lineups.
Talking about great lineups, look at RVNC. They are having a great time in this game as well. 10 eliminations secured already. They're moving towards a cluster that is already taking a massive, massive hit against the players of 7 Musketeers. This could be easy points for RVNC.
7 Musketeers. The man's knocked out. Nate being tossed in the front. Not finding the confirmation just yet. Uh-oh, too many shots. And you can tell now the player's starting to panic as well. Look at the next circle shift, my friend. It's actually going to shift out in the open. The compound's still in. Maybe the gamble was good.
Yeah, the gamble is paying off till now at least. And Vincenzo, they're going to be quite happy having secured that cover for themselves early in the game. Because now look at this. 4 of the biggest teams, the big threats are towards the southern edge of the map. And Vincenzo will have an opportunity to finish them off quite early before they head towards the end game.
They will. 7 Musketeers. Slowly and steadily now starting to make the march of death against the foes. And look at what's happening, INS. They're taking too much damage inside of this fight. But also they inflict some heavy amount of damage against the players of 7 Musketeers. But the main problem is the man advantage is in the hands of 7 Musketeers. And they can overwhelm easily the opponents. And that's what they're doing. One man caught. You try to just instantly slip by, but that's not going to be possible for now. 7 Musketeers doing good so far. A lot of shots taken inside of this fight too, where RVNC, they make sure that it's going to be an all-out war against the team that was holding the compound, the prime spot that could have been. Before now, the compound's on the edge, and RVNC, this fight, as it does break out, even they take a lot of damage, as 2 of their players have been knocked out.
Yeah, and it wasn't because of Vincenzo, it was the lads from Half Alive Esports that end up punishing RVNC and their aggression towards these compounds. Although, backing away into a corner, they have an opportunity to go for a reset. Vincenzo here, we see them across the street, and Half Alive in the backlines as well. Mahakal still present in this game, but here they are, 7 Musketeers, and the aggression did not take their foot off the pedal, and they come crashing into a big wall as they charge towards the players of Sultan Gaming. The entirety of 7M falls, and it is MPX who ends up securing those eliminations for himself. Well, one of them picked up by Eternal, I guess.
What a great confirmation that was from Uzumaki, though. Seth is still knocked out. It's complete fine. He's going to be back up. The revive's there. Big Brother Esports still looking for a breach inside of the save zone. All they need to do is move up the hill. But that's when they're also going to be super vulnerable. Uzumaki. Oh, spotting out to the players. Shots taken. Confirmation, though. Missing out still. And that, too, is the players of Rising Falcons. Can you really afford to miss out on that?
It's a big fight between 2 big names. Nade lobbed out to dish out some damage on the Falcons themselves. But look at the radar. Big Brothers, they are regrouping. They realize where the threat is. Eternal Esports under pressure. Right on the edge of the blue. Easy knock and finish.
17 elimination points wrapped up.
Again?
Another nuclear performance on the way. If Big Brother Esports, they end up winning this game, it will be the starkest statement so far. Because we have seen their downfall since 2023, since the previous BGIS, and this might just be the uprise, the biggest wave they were looking for in their careers. And they're slowly and steadily just devouring the entire lobby. They're the cleanup crew right now, just cleaning up the floor, cleaning up anyone that stands tall in their crosshair.
18, 19, already 20 on the board. Well, it can be a potential 20 on the board already, and we are down to 5 teams, 10 players still alive. There it is, 1 more added to the total tally. 10 players still remaining in this game. 3 from the side of Big Brothers make that 9 players still remaining in this game. As you said, Necro, the cleanup crew, it's hard at work, and they're not going to leave a single crate lying around.
And the mob shooting bullets. Cleaning up the bodies. Big Brother Esports, 21 finishes on the board. They can probably feel that demonic energy in them. They're indeed just devouring the lobby slowly and steadily. Just waiting for their turn as well. And look at Vincenzo. 3 players still alive. This is the only team that can't put a big spanner in the works for the side of Big Brother Esports. But look at the revive too. It's coming through. And yeah, the fallen comrades back up. This is not a good news for the side of Vincenzo. Uzumaki up. Going for the patch up. He instantly patches himself up. And look at the players of Vincenzo.
Yeah.
They're actually slowly and steadily trying to creep and crawl their way up. The first man gets spotted. The second one does as well. Both the players instantly fall down. The third man is still creeping and crawling his way. He's trying to be a snake. He's trying to be a sneaky snake. But soon enough, there's a chance even his position can be compromised. The players, they get dealt with by the wall of death. And then you've got one last team trying to face off against the entirety Big Brother Esports. It's a 2v3. And Captain, I don't think so they're going to stand a chance. But then a run over comes through. But the Molotov from Seth, it still finds the connection. Emperor knocked out. Uzumaki, it's a 2-on-1 now, and he's pushing up close and personal with that DBS, and all it takes is one single shot. Big Brother Esports, what a game that was!
What a mammoth performance coming in from Big Brothers. As you said, a little bit of a heartbreak. I was kind of rooting for Vincenzo over there in the end, but Big Brothers, they had the ball rolling in their favor, and they did not stop until all the pins were dropped. A nuclear performance, as we call it, a big game coming in for the Big Brother squads, and this wasn't the only one. We saw them put big numbers on the board earlier on in Wrangle as well.
Exactly, and this is what we expect from the known banners. Exactly what I've been mentioning from the start. This is what I expected from Team Zero as well, I'm not going to lie, but we did not really see that performance from Team Zero. But at least they qualified, right, for the next round, so that's all that matters. It's not like you're going to get any type of prize money to do this good, but it's also about making a statement. It's also about instilling that terror in the opponent's minds.
You kept saying, like, making waves, right? That's the theme of this year's BGIS as well. And Big Brothers, I think they did not just make a wave, just like Enigma. This was a tsunami that had just hit us.
That's what I was about to mention as well. It's not just a small wave, it's a tsunami that the players of Big Brother Esports have made.
Communication.
And it's, you can't say it's also sort of like the Enigma performance that they have put up on the board. Unfortunately, though, the map of Miramar missed out, but it's complete fun, right? We can let one slip here or there.
So I've noticed one thing. Big Brothers, I mean, they need the circle. They need to be in the zone to win the game. If the circle is not theirs, then they will just basically be a loose cannon. They will secure as many eliminations as they can and eventually get taken out mid-rotation. That is what happened on Miramar as well. If you notice, on Erangel and in Sanok, every single time they were inside the circle, they made sure they were in the zone.
It's been like that from the start. I mean, we've got the chicken dinner moment in front of us, and as I mentioned, Vincenzo, they were trying to creep and crawl their way up. They were trying to be the snakes. Unfortunately, they couldn't really make it inside of the zone, and that's where Big Brother Esports, they had the high ground advantage, right? Just accumulating all the elimination points.
I really thought Vincenzo had an opportunity to win this game, because all three of them were lined up together. Uzumaki was knocked out, and all they had to do was deal with one player on their flank from Big Brothers, because the other lad was distracted by a team captain in the back lines. So there was an opportunity. It was the pressure from the blue that just forced them to just run they were under fire or something, and I think that was the blunder that they made. Did not notice the lad from Big Brother sitting on the flank, and by the time they did, it was too late. They were already cornered out, and well, they had to settle for that third position. But overall, I think Vincenzo also had a decent game. We talked about that compound. That was a priority compound where the three roads met, and Vincenzo was the only team that charged there in the fourth stage. RVNC came extremely late in the game, and we all saw what happened because of that late entry. They were instantly wiped out.
It's about the comfort zone, right? And the compound definitely was the comfort zone. But when it comes to leaving that comfort zone, that's when a majority of these teams do tend to struggle.
Yeah.
And exactly what happened with the players of Vincenzo as well, because they were not at the prime spot. And of course, at the top were the cleanup crew, and they just started to clean up the entire lobby. But you know, MVP has to be someone from the side of Big Brother Esports, because they had more than 22 elimination points the last time I saw them.
Yes, I think one of the players did have 10 eliminations all to himself, and it's not something new we are seeing from Big Brothers, is it? We have seen them perform like this in the previous BGIs 2023 as well, and I think this returning teams has returned with the same form, and it's Uzumaki, 10 finishes, finish contribution of 40%, and 18% map impact. That is the highest we have seen by an individual till now, and I'm including the performances from the grind for this.
Hands down. That is also the most amount of elimination points accumulated by one single player. So far. So this man has definitely inflicted a lot of pain and hurt on the lobby, and they've also instilled that terror in the upcoming rounds for all the other teams that are going to be in this group. Now moving on forward towards the top 5 performers, you've got Sef2 with 8 elimination points, and then you've also got Richie with 6 wrapped up. This in itself is just a nuclear performance. Moving on forward towards RVNC 0, getting 6 finishes too. You've got SG2 with 3.
Yeah, SG Sultan Gaming with MPX, in fact, with 3 eliminations over there. And as we talk about Big Brothers, as you mentioned, Uzumaki, 10 eliminations by a single individual. UV Jord in the previous game pulled off a similar performance. 10 eliminations all by himself, but that was a 100% finish contribution. He was quitting all the finishes for his team. This time, Uzumaki, he had his brothers supporting him. And for Rising Falcons, I mean, you were quite critical about them inside of this game, and I agree with everything that you said. if you have a big performance on a map, you need to flow with the momentum. Make sure you do whatever it takes, even if it means just completely vanishing from the game in the early stage to secure as many points in the next match. But look at the rankings from this game. 35 points for Big Brothers. And then we have Captain, the team on the second position with 12 points.
Interesting. Now the conversation gets even more tougher, Johnny, because
look at
one
RVNC.
thing is for sure, RVNC, they have qualified. Rising Falcons, they have qualified. Big Brother Esports, not even a question.
Yeah.
Now, the real question is, did Vincenzo, Captain, or even any other teams qualified? I think so Sultan Gaming might just qualify as well, barely.
Barely, yeah. I think Sultan can make it barely. Captain, maybe. Captain was a little consistent, I guess. But I'm actually worried about Eternals as well. I don't think they've made it through. Half-Life Esports, yeah, it's going to be a big question. I think it's just 4 names that we can say are going to be comfortably inside the top 7. Vincenzo, RVNC's, Rising Falcon, and Big Brothers.
Yeah.
Even actually, Vincenzo, leave that a question mark for me.
Yeah, me too. Vincenzo, this is probably the best performance they've had so far,
Yeah.
if I'm not wrong. So only 9 points, that too, from the best performance. So I would say that's still a big question mark. I don't think so Vincenzo have made it. Even 7 Musketeers can actually be a big question mark over here, because even we have seen them be a part of so many actions. Then Fadacasto Esports, I don't think so they are going to be the one to make it. Look at the amount of teams that have got no points accumulated.
Oh, wow.
From 11th till 16th. No points, 0.
I mean, this just showcases how dominating the top performers of this lobby are, because all of these teams that were eliminated early in this game, I mean, you talk about what happened to Skypia, what happened to Sentinels, the Hyenas themselves, Insanity, DON getting wiped out in bootcamp. The first team to be wiped out inside of this game was DON, and it wasn't just this game, it was in the previous match as well, but it doesn't matter now. All 3 games are done. Necro, are you ready for the answers to the question that we have been asking? Who made it through?
I am ready. Overall standings in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And on the 7th, it's going to be Hyenas. Sultan Gaming 2 barely making it. Vincenzo also making it on the 5th spot. Team Captain on the 4th. You've got Rising Falcons on the 3rd. RVNC on the 2nd. And then Big Brothers Esports with 66 points accumulated.
Alright, in the first 2 days of BGIS Round 1, this is the lowest cutoff we have seen, if I'm not wrong. Just 12 points. And Insanity, 7 Musketeers, they miss out because of 1 measly point. Skypia miss out because of 2 points. Look at how close things were. We saw Skypia, Half-Life, Musketeers, even Insanity run into awkward fights into this map of Sanhok, and all those blunders. Well, they are going to come back to haunt them now after this.
Talk about 7 Musketeers. Only if they would not have messed up that wrangle fight against the players of Skypia, they would have gotten that 1 elimination point.
If they would have gotten 1 extra placement points in this game of Sanhok, they would have made it through.
They
had 1 finish already.
They would have. I mean, 7 Musketeers. Man, that's going to be rough on these players, right?
Yeah.
Because imagine all the new players, new teams coming up with big dreams and hopes to try and make a name for themselves, and just missing out on 1 single point. It indeed has to be shattering.
Exactly, and this is a troublesome position to be in, because now you have to wait and watch the other groups, because let's not forget, after the top 7 from every single group move forward, there is also another overall leaderboard that's going to be made, and from there, teams will also have an opportunity to move forward to round 2. But considering, as we've been talking about, this group was very competitive and this was the lowest cutoff that we have seen so far, that means these points will be lagging further behind against the rest of the groups as well.
Exactly. The cutoff is way too low, and I feel like still booking it on the overall standings might just be too much of a big gamble that a team is trying to take. So somewhere down the line, I would still say the journey is pretty much done, because in the future, there's going to be a lot more groups that will be doing better, and the cutoff might just be higher. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, day 2 is coming to an end. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and Johnny. We need to take a leave. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skills, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
ये है बदनसीब लाल, इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है, जस्ट लाइक एवरी अदर डे। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।